award-winning wings, but they offer so much more. Perfect for lunch, dinner, late-night snacks with monster burgers, scrumptious nachos, huge fresh salads, fries, and tots. Don't miss a minute of your basketball and hockey action, yo, and your chance to scream, "Go Birds!" with great specials every day. Come rediscover the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnamons and find them online at jughandleinn.com.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
There is so much developing right now, so we'll start with what's happening now and bring you up to speed live with this morning. And I told you earlier, 6 o'clock hour, I talked about the fact that Air Force One had to be turned back around because the lights went out. They said that in aboard the plane, with the press pool reporting, the lights went out, it went dark, there was some kind of an electrical problem. Out of an abundance of caution, they turned Air Force One around and landed, got Trump out of there, and then took another plane to transport the President of the United States to Davos, Switzerland. So that was raising some eyebrows. So we have European officials. They are planning to use this huge economic forum in Davos, Switzerland. I looked up. I saw who's there. It's a who's who. Al Gore with his lockbox. He's so irrelevant, but really setting this up as an intervention, if you will, to try to cool things off or de-escalate, whatever they want to say. But I don't think it's going to work. Do you? I think Trump has set his sights on Greenland. It's a negotiation he wants to have, and he led with that, if you will, when he's speaking. You heard him talk about that, doubling down on his demand for control of Greenland. So Justin Otero is in the house. Dan Borowski on special assignment. Dan Borowski's going to be a movie star soon, I guess, but we'll talk about that with Dan tomorrow.
Hope he doesn't forget us.
I know. But Justin, thank you for, at the last minute, he got this call. I mean, literally got the call.
It was like, 6 o'clock last night?
To be on this is a legit movie set. I guess we can't say too much, but it's very exciting. So let's get to it. Thanks for being here, Justin. We all love Justin. And let's hear as Trump is doubling down. He's demanding control of Greenland.
Said that they would spend over $200 million to strengthen Greenland's defenses. But as you know, they spent less than 1% of that amount. 1%, there's no sign of Denmark there. And I say that with great respect for Denmark, whose people I love, whose leaders are very good. It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired, there's nothing wrong with it. Many of them, some went in reverse, actually, if you look. Some had great, vast wealth, great, vast lands all over the world. They went in reverse. They're stuck back where they started. That happens too. But some grow. But this would not be a threat to NATO. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance, the NATO alliance.
So what I infer, and you can tell me if you disagree, if you agree, 855-839-1210. Make sure you follow me at Dawn Stensland on X and social media. So what are we talking about here when we think about the fact that we're basically paying the majority of NATO fees? He got everybody. We've talked about this. He's had some luck in getting our European allies, if you will, to pay a little more, but not the fair share. We pay the tab here as Americans, and so he's saying they have not been doing a good enough job, and there's a risk. And why would you take the risk when you know that the Denmark leadership, their intel people, this has been out for a week. I've been talking about it. Nobody's saying this. They actually revealed that, in fact, they had intel that China was, in fact, working toward taking over Greenland or doing a deal of their own or whatever you want to say. obviously there's intel to that effect. And he's saying, look, we're paying for it anyway. So why don't we just make it secure and we'll make everybody happy? But I just think this is where, are we going to own it? I don't think that's the wording. I think he wants to redo the contract. It's a contract negotiation, a business contract negotiation. That's what I see. And that's what he's done his entire career because he's a businessman. He's not a politician. So tell me if you disagree. That's okay. 855-839-1210. Now, we'll get into it. Scott Bessent, he was on fire yesterday. And although you hear Trump saying this about Denmark, Bessent not happy with Denmark, especially because their investment in U.S. Treasury bonds. Well, we'll get to that one, okay? But let's go through what else Trump said as he's saying he's critical. And first of all, do you have him just in the part where he's ripping into his little French buddy Macron, who was there with his aviator sunglasses because I don't know if somebody hit him, like he's been slapped around before. He had some kind of a contusion on his, basically a bruise, if you will, broken blood vessel in one of his eyes. So he's wearing his aviator Maverick type sunglasses. And people were saying, what is up with the French press? Do you have this? So we'll get to that in a moment. And President Trump repeatedly signaling that fears of invasion are basically ridiculous and overblown. And he's saying he wants to have this conversation. But what he is always, see, here's part of the problem. I knew, and I think you knew, that when Trump talks about this, he's never talking about military force. That's just silly. That's just silly because it's like taking a popsicle from a 2-year-old, honestly. So that's just ridiculous. So who then blew this up and blew it out of proportion? The media. Now, you might say, well, Dawn, not for nothing, but maybe he should have worded it differently. Okay. But I think it was obvious he never was talking about military force. He's clearly talking about renegotiating a long-time contract. We pay the most. We already have a military base. I know we can. This is what Larry and I debate at home. I'm sorry, over dinner. But Larry will say, well, we could build as many bases. Okay. If we're going to build more bases and we're going to basically invest, our tax dollars, what do we get out of it? So we should have a little more control and we should get a little more out of it, meaning rare minerals, because we need those for the AI, et cetera. And I think that's part of the negotiation. Here's Trump.
I guarantee you. But I actually started with Emmanuel, who probably is in the room too. And I like him. I actually like him. Hard to believe, isn't it?
My little buddy.
And I said, Emmanuel, you're going to have to lift the price of that pill to $20, maybe $30. Think of that. That means it's a doubling of prescription drugs. Might be a tripling, might be a quadrupling. It's not easy. No, Donald, I will not do that.
No.
I said, yes, you will, 100%. He said, no. You're asking me to double. I said, Emmanuel, you've been taking advantage of the United States for 30 years with prescription drugs. You really should do it, and you will do it. I have no doubt. In fact, I am 100% sure you're going to. No, I will not do it. Because in all fairness to him, he has to double or triple. Because the world being a bigger place than the United States, it's not that you meet in the middle. You just have to go up some, and we come down a lot. They go up a little, we come down a lot. So we're at $130, they're at 10. So they may have to go to 20 or 30. No more than that. I said, Emmanuel, you're going to be doubling or tripling? No. I said, here's the story, Emmanuel. The answer is you're going to do it fast. And if you don't, I'm putting a 25% tariff on everything that you sell into the United States and a 100% tariff on your wines and champagnes. And that's about 10 times more than what I'm requesting. And you're going to do it. I don't want to go public with it, but you may make me do that. No, Donald, I will do it. I will do it. It took me, on average, 3 minutes a country, saying the same thing. You will do it. They all said, no, I will not do it. You're asking me to double the cost of prescription. I said, that's right, because you've been screwing us for 30 years.
So this is what I'm talking about when I talk about Greenland. See, everybody's thinking, well, what is it about Greenland? It's not just about Greenland. It's about serving us, we the people, right, as the client. And so the president works for us. All those lawmakers, they work for us. And what he's saying and what he's revealing is all of this is connected. Our prescription drug prices, and that's what we're learning. So remember when Biden used to go, oh, I'm going on a trip, and he'd go here, he'd go to Europe, he'd go to Africa, he'd go to Ukraine. All we heard about was how we the people, how much of our money was being extracted from our paychecks and was doled out. Trump is the opposite. He's saying, no, wait a minute. We've been getting a raw deal. What do we get out of everything? And so in part, it's all part of the deal. It's all part of the negotiation and making sure that we are well represented because this is our money. And because he's a businessman, he gets it. See, a career politician, for most of them, most career politicians, if they were ever in private enterprise, I think they've been now in Washington for so long and in their little bubble or their big bubble that they haven't lived in reality for so long. But Trump gets it, and he gets us. So I'm saying this is what I voted for. Is it what you voted for? 855-839-1210. Now, the breaking news of about the last 10, 15 or so minutes is that the European Union's legislative body, so they had, we're learning more about what they did. They halted work on that formal approval and the implementation of the trade deal that they reached last summer that we spelled out for you with President Trump and the administration. And so what they're saying is, hey, with the escalating threats, and you just heard this morning, this is what he's saying, including tariff threats against Greenland, Denmark, other European allies, they are saying that they've been left with no alternative but to suspend work on, quote, the deal. So that's from the chairman of the European Parliament's International Trade Committee. Well, I would say good luck with that, because what he's spelling out here is saying that he represents, and he's a tough negotiator, okay? Think about anything you've ever negotiated when it has to do with your family or your business. You're going to fight tooth and nail, right? Because you want the best for your employees, your business, your family. And that's what Trump is doing. He's treating us like we're family, like we matter. Unlike, Obama, who said, well, you didn't pay for those roads, because Obama, I guess, didn't realize that the money that is cut out of our paychecks that, we could pump into buying stuff like fixing up the house or taking a family trip or just investing it for the future of our children and our own retirement. But Trump gets all of that. And that's what I voted for. He's my president. I love President Trump. I do. And you know that I do. But maybe you're not happy with this. Maybe you voted for Trump, or maybe you didn't. And maybe you're thinking, this is too far and he's causing chaos. No, he's not. This, you know what this looks like to me? A tough negotiation. That's what this is. And I appreciate it, because he's saying to the rest of the world, we're sick and tired of having the American taxpayer have all of this money that I work hard. I know you do too. Or maybe you've recently retired and now you want to make things more affordable. That he's negotiating for not just you, not for me, but for our future of our country too. And we deserve a better deal. That's what this is all about. What else have you got, Justin?
Where he talks about basically we could have had this land, but we didn't. It's a shortcut.
Missed opportunities type thing. All right, let's hear it.
So we want a piece of ice for world protection, and they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept that piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember.
Yeah, so you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of, let's say, at a wedding. You know how they'll say that the grandmothers and so on, they get to take home the flowers on the table. And so somebody else just goes in, they're a date of somebody, they're not even family, and they're like, oh, this is a nice centerpiece, and they're taking the centerpieces home. I say, no, that's for Grandma Rose, or that's who paid for the wedding or whatever. This is what this reminds me of. We just want a little something to take home and have for us and get a better deal. That's, I don't know, I just thought of that. I don't know why, but I love that he used the word ice. It's a piece of ice. I don't know if you know the history of Greenland, and I think President Trump does, and that's why he calls it a piece of ice. Also because ice, meaning immigration in Minneapolis, is in the news. But the story goes, and so I'm half Scandinavian, the story goes that the Norwegians especially, when they discovered Greenland and Iceland is actually more amenable to go for a vacation. So what did these quirky Norwegians do? Because they love Iceland and they want to go there. So it's like a brand manager marketing thing. They named Iceland to make it sound more treacherous and uglier. They named Greenland green because they said, oh, Greenland, because it's not as beautiful to go. So it was kind of like, oh, if you want to take a vacation rest of the world or rest of the area, go to Greenland. It's lush, it's green. It's really not. And so it's more of a barren area, but we've learned more recently that because of things melting and warming up, that means better access to those rare minerals that are very valuable, that are much needed for things like AI, for the batteries, etc. So, and speaking of batteries, we'll get to that one. As far as disagreeing with other countries, such as Macron, who you heard earlier this morning, the French prez, as he was saying, no, we need to do more business with China. So we'll get into all of that. Thanks for being here today. Appreciate you. If you're on the YouTube chat, really appreciate you. Make sure you press the like button, as Greg Stocker always says. And we'll take a quick break. Linda Kearns is going to be in the house today, so she'll be live in studio. We've got Linda coming up, but we have much more developing and breaking, and your calls, 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by University of Maryland Global Campus.
AI gives you more time to fix AI. 80% of respondents to a survey from the software company Workday say AI saves them 1 to 7 hours per week, but 30% say they use some of that time to fix AI's mistakes.
Rewriting content, making sure things are factual.
Axios reporter Emily Peck says humans need to check its work.
We're not getting away with getting rid of all the humans.
I'm Rob Hart.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Announcing that gold is now around a record-breaking $4,600 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They are paying top dollar this Monday through Friday at TMT Cash for Gold in Cherry Hill. For more info, go to tmtcashforgold.com.
You'd love new windows, but you don't want to pay a fortune for them. Well, January is a great time of year thanks to Window Nation. Right now, they're more affordable during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. If you're feeling cold drafts from your windows, or seeing fog or mold around the frame, or paying a lot more for heat than your neighbors are, it's time for new windows. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Visit windownation.com now.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Kia of CherryHill.com is the destination for the hottest brand in automotive today. Come pick out the gas-sipping Kia of your dreams. With payments anyone can afford. They have over 100 brand new Kias with MSRPs under $30,000 and over 400 new Kias to choose from, all of which come with the best powertrain warranty in the automotive business. 10 years, 100,000 miles. Go to KiaofCherryHill.com today and lock in your savings. Kia of CherryHill.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you're going to set one New Year's resolution this year, it should be to protect yourself and your family. And my friends at Bob's Little Sports Shop will help. See, Bob's isn't just about selling firearms. They're a full-service shop with over 60 years of helping people like us become responsible, safe gun owners. They're going to guide you through the entire process from applying for your permit, helping you select a firearm that fits you best, and most importantly, train you on how to safely operate your firearm. And you're going to get hands-on training with one of Bob's certified NRA and range safety officers. Now, I've been working with Bob's in selecting another firearm, and I'm working with their certified trainers to help sharpen my skills, because you always got to sharpen your skills, right? Listen, I'm telling you, the team at Bob's, they are the best in the business. So make 2026 the year you protect yourself and your family and exercise your Second Amendment rights. Visit bobslittle.sportshop.com. bobslittle.sportshop.com, my go-to place for all things freedom and liberty. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hugh Douglas here. It's playoff season. The hits get harder, the nights get colder, and the stakes, well, they get a little higher. But some things don't change, like the slow pour of Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey over ice. Jack Daniel's and playoff football go hand in hand, so make sure you pick you up a bottle at your local fine wine and good spirits stores. Try out the Tennessee Honey, Fire Apple, or the new Blackberry flavor. And don't forget classic old number 7 Black Label. Celebrate responsibly.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
When it comes to iconic snacks, there's a reason Tasty Cake has been a favorite for generations. From peanut butter candy cakes to butterscotch crimpets, Tasty Cake delivers the classics you know and love. Baked fresh and packed with flavor. Perfect for lunch, dessert, or any time in between. Look for Tasty Cake wherever snacks are sold. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Just looking at media, CNN writes, the World Economic Forum in Davos, a place where serious people meet to discuss serious things. Give me a break. You know what these are? These are people who take themselves too seriously, like Al Gore and all these, different world leaders that think that we can pay the bill, we can foot the bill, and they can tell us what to do. And so now it's like, no, it's not going to happen. The American people, we're paying the bill. If you want to pay more, you want to pick up the tab and have your people pay more, fine. Then you do what you do. But otherwise, if you expect Me to pay it out of my paycheck and your paycheck? No, then we deserve something in return. So in this one, Canada, Mark Carney trying to talk all tough. Remember, President Trump made it very clear several different times this morning so far, saying no military force, absolutely not. He's not talking about military force. He's talking about the energy of Trump Force 47, if you will, and the power of a negotiation, the power of a contract deal and getting a better deal. But he wasted no time in talking tough, and he had a message for our neighbor to the north, don't you know, Canada. Here goes.
We're building a golden dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements.
Mark. Yeah, Mark. So he's calling these people out and saying, basically, are you serious? I love it. And the media's, causing chaos in the world. No, he's not. Oh, the rest of the world. What do they think about us? You know what they think about us? We don't have a leader who's a big P-word patsy, who's weak, who's a wussy, who's somebody who's just going to lay down and scoop the money right out of your pocket and give it to the rest of the world. That's what they know about us. That's what Trump means. And that means a lot to me. And not that I love money. I'm not greedy, right? I'm not. I'm actually a pretty simple person. But we love our kids. And by the way, today is, I have to say this, Emmeline. It's Emmeline's birthday today. My beautiful bonus daughter, my Saint Stacia. This is Stacia and Justin's little girl. She's growing up. And do you know, when I think about, well, we'll talk about this in a moment, the big snowstorm that she was born in, but happy birthday, Emmeline. But I think about this because I'm a Mimi, right? And so I have bonus G kids who I love and adore. We have a great family. And so, yeah, I want to take them on vacations. Larry and I, we plan all these trips all the time. And so we want, of course, to invest. And we love the fact that we can do that. We're proud of the fact as parents that we, all 4 kids, paying for college. We got 2 down, 2 to go. But that costs money. And that's doing a family budget. And Trump is respectful of that. I appreciate that. He doesn't want to squander all of our money. He wants to represent us. Doesn't that mean something? It sure does to me. And speaking of that, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, just talk about ripping into somebody with, I would say, this icy delivery. Listen to what he had to say about Denmark in contrast to what you heard Trump just say this morning.
The size, Denmark's investment in U.S. Treasury bonds, like Denmark itself, is irrelevant. That it's less than $100 million. They've been selling treasuries for years. I'm not concerned at all. Again, as Treasury Secretary, I see our Treasury auctions. We've had record foreign investment. And also, as I said yesterday, I think it is very difficult to disaggregate any of the noise around Greenland, around these inflammatory statements by President Macron, by President van der Leyen, from what we have seen in the Japanese bond markets. We saw a 6 standard deviation move in Japanese bonds, which has spilled over to other markets. And I've been in touch with my Japanese economic colleagues, and I am assured that they will take measures to stabilize that market. And just so everyone knows, that this notion that Europeans would be selling U.S. assets came from a single analyst at Deutsche Bank. Of course, the fake news media, led by the Financial Times, amplified it. And the CEO of Deutsche Bank called to say that Deutsche Bank does not stand by that analyst report.
So Deutsche Bank, this one analyst that the Treasury Secretary Bessent is speaking about this week, warning Trump's actions in Greenland. And again, what actions is he taking? These are words. This is a contract negotiation. There's no action, right? There's none. Zero, zip. There's not an action. This is talk. It's negotiating. That's what Trump does. But this one Deutsche Bank analyst says that Trump's actions in Greenland risked the EU unloading U.S. debt, a move that could have significant impacts, including raising borrowing costs and then exacerbating cost of living problems. And so this is what Bessent is ripping into and saying that this is ridiculous by this one woke or biased analyst who's not, looking at things properly, and Bessent pushing back on it and essentially saying that no, that they've been doing this before and that U.S. Treasury holdings, are perfectly fine. And so if you want to sell off your stuff, you be you and do what one bad analyst has to say. That's what Bessent is ripping into. I just love that he's calling out one woke or improper analyst, calling out the fake news media. This is what we've needed all along, because before we'd go, oh my goodness, oh, fear and panic and loathing, and we're all going to crash. And what is our entire economy built upon? It's built upon, in part, our belief in our country, right? It's built upon expectations. And so that is what Trump is doing, and that's what he's talking about, and reminding every one of us that we are the powerhouse in this world. That's it. And we pay for pretty much, all of this. And just be grateful. Just say thank you. It's like that movie. You want me on this wall. You want Trump on that wall. Oh, man, I'm fired up today. And we've got the great Linda Kearns in the house. So we'll have a little Elvis. We'll talk to Linda about the latest of what's going on. You love her. She's one of the best attorneys in, really, I will say, one of the most highly regarded attorneys in our region, if not the country, known as an election integrity attorney who brought true integrity to our elections, and I believe did deliver a fair and balanced election, which meant a Trump victory. I'll give Linda credit for that, and I think she deserves credit, and I'm not the only one, but as well a local family attorney. So she's just awesome, and she's my friend and your friend, so we love Linda. And you know what else we love? Piazza Auto Group, as I am broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. So kick off your new year on a high note. New certified pre-owned vehicles from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Yeah, they have an incredible selection. What am I talking about? New vehicles, 3,500 of them. And pre-owned vehicles, 1,600. That's the power of Piazza. And not just Honda, Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, and Volkswagen, pretty much any other brand that you want. If you want it, Piazza Auto Group, they're going to make sure you get it. PiazzaAutogroup.com. Search Piazza's new pre-owned inventory. Find that dealer nearest you. They're across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. PiazzaAutogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Achieve your dreams and goals with a home equity loan from American Heritage Credit Union. As a homeowner, reward yourself for your hard work and investment. Home equity can be used in a variety of ways, like completing home improvement projects, fund a family vacation, consolidate bills, or pay for school tuition. Give back to yourself for your hard work. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/homeequity to learn more. Insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Call a Giant HVAC company and they'll screw you. This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick of HVAC companies coming to your house and finding 3 bogus repairs? They are lying. My grandfather started Marvin E. Cans 72 years ago and treated his customers like family. 72 years later, we're still doing the same. To schedule your winter service so you are not out in the cold, contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. That's MarvinEKanze.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. And I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent while shopping with confidence they're seeing the lowest possible price.
Backed by popular demand, it's the Friends and Family Savings Event at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 35% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You know my mantra is big issues, big guest, and today we have one of the biggest of all. RFK Jr. joins us around 1:30 to talk Make America Healthy Again. That's today around 1:30 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I just say this. NATO has treated the United States of America very unfairly. We never asked for anything. We never got anything. We actually took care of the needs of NATO for years and years, which I felt was always unfair. So I got NATO to pay because they're rich countries. But I think it's time that NATO step up. We're helping them with Ukraine. Without us, I think Putin would have gone all the way. I think we have it. I think there could have been a World War III, if you want to know the truth. If Kamala was elected or Joe, any one of those, those thinkers, I think you could have ended up in World War III. And I will say Steve Witkoff has been dealing incredibly with, but we're not going to have World War III. We want to get it stopped, but we're not going to have World War III. I think if I wasn't elected, I think that could have evolved into World War III. It was a very, very bad situation. And it still is, but it's not that kind of bad. It's bad because so many young people are being killed.
Yeah, so Trump still, this man just never slows down. And as he moves through, and it's 1 year, we'll talk with Linda in a moment about 1 year in review. But just to get through a little bit of this, because I want to quickly get to this with, let's get to JD, because we're wishing our Vice President, JD Vance, and his wife, Usha, they announced yesterday, pretty exciting news. Usha Vance, our second lady, is pregnant with a little boy, their 4th child, and she's due in July, which is right around the time, the big time here, that we'll be, of course, celebrating our nation's 250th birthday. So they'll be celebrating more than that. Pretty exciting news. But here's Secretary Lutnick. Let's get to him. And he's talking about the administration, globalization, and Trump just shaking up the world order and educating us as far as what we deserve, what we should get. And so this is President Trump. You think about this. He's literally changing everything to our advantage, not because we're trying to take advantage, but rather because we deserve it because we pay for it. Here's Howard Lutnick.
Well, I think you should start at a much higher level. Okay? We are in Davos at the World Economic Forum. And the Trump administration and myself, we are here to make a very clear point. Globalization has failed the West and the United States of America. It's a failed policy. It is what the WEF has stood for, which is export, offshore, far shore, find the cheapest labor in the world, and the world is a better place for it. The fact is, it has left America behind. It has left the American workers behind. And what we are here to say is that America First is a different model, one that we encourage other countries to consider, which is that our workers come first. We can have policies that impact our workers. Sovereignty is your borders. You're entitled to have borders. You shouldn't offshore your medicine. You shouldn't offshore your semiconductors. You shouldn't offshore your entire industrial base and have it be hollowed out beneath you. You should not be dependent for that which is fundamental to your sovereignty on any other nation. And if you're going to be dependent on someone, it darn well better be your best allies. Okay? And so that is a different way of thinking. It is completely different than the WEF. I viewed the WEF as not a flagpole in the middle, but in fact, they are the flag. Whichever way the wind blew, so it blew. You should have solar, you should have wind. Why are you going to do solar and wind? Why would Europe agree to be net zero in 2030 when they don't make a battery? They don't make a battery. So if they go 2030, they are deciding to be subservient to China, who makes the batteries.
You see? And so there he lays it out. And it's common when you hear it then, and when you see it, you can picture what he's saying, and especially post-pandemic, right? Because we learned a whole lot about supply chains and where everything was made and what we couldn't get, from Lysol to important prescription meds because they're made in China. Remember that whole thing? And so I think that this rings true, not just here in the USA, but as well in Europe. And think about London, how popular President Trump is in many parts of, let's say, London and the UK, as well in Israel. He's very popular. But this message that Lutnick just spelled out, that's very popular. I can guarantee you in parts of Europe and around the world. So good for them. I love it. Let's welcome in Linda Kearns. Hey, Linda. Happy Wednesday.
Hi, Dawn. And hi, Justin. Had I known you would be here, Justin, I would have brought you a meal like I did when I was filling in over Christmas. I always showed up with a meal for Justin.
I do appreciate it, but this was a last-minute endeavor.
Yeah,
thanks
I know.
to Mr.
Dan,
Borowski.
He texted me yesterday and I said, Dan, you better not leave me for Hollywood. I hope
he might.
I know.
How cool is this?
I'm so excited for him. I've never seen that show, but
you haven't?
No.
You would love it.
Oh, I love that show.
Okay, I'll have to check it out.
So it's Shane Gillis, who's obviously a comedian. He's so funny, and it's called Tires. And so it's based in Pennsylvania. So they actually shoot it in the Westchester area. And so the premise is that these are guys working in a mechanic automotive tire shop. And the one son, Will, and then Shane is the cousin.
What channel is it on? How do you
it's on Netflix.
Okay.
Netflix,
All right, I'll
which
check it out.
goes through. We have YouTube because we don't have Comcast anymore.
Well,
so it's through that.
Dawn, speaking of automotive, I'd like to shout out one of our sponsors, Piazza Honda.
Yeah.
That's where I was this morning.
Woohoo!
Yeah,
This is awesome.
Well, listen to what happened to me because I won't say exactly how old I am, but I did get my driver's license in the 1980s. So that's how long I've been driving. And and I just found out something can happen to a car. I was driving in the snow this weekend, and all that soft snow got up in the wheel well, and then it froze into ice. And I didn't know this. And so when I got on the Northeast Extension last night, my whole car started shaking, and I got so scared. And I drove to my brother's house, and he said, "There's ice in your wheel well." I didn't know that was a thing. And he got a rubber mallet, and he tried to get as much out of it as he could. But I had to take it to Honda this morning in case that ice, disturbed the alignment. I didn't even know that was a thing. Do you check your wheel wells when you get in your car?
Well, we have a 3-car garage,
Oh,
so I'm in the
okay.
garage. But yeah, so I went to college at the University of Minnesota, U of M, Minneapolis, a school of journalism there. So going to college, especially in Minneapolis,
Right.
where it's like basically an igloo, yeah, you learn all of that.
Wait, Justin, did you know that was a thing? You're supposed to check your wheel wells?
Yeah.
Oh, great. How did I get here? I got my driver's license in the 1980s. Like, how did I get through life like
And
this?
you're a Northeastern girl. You should have
I
known.
know. I was convinced. I was like, the one of my tires is
funny.
gonna come off. And to my brother's credit, like he didn't like yell at me. He just said, "Yeah, you're supposed to check your wheel wells." So it was just really scary. The whole car started shaking, and when he used this mallet to get this ice out, you should have seen these big chunks of ice that were in my wheel wells. So anyone like me who doesn't realize this, I texted my friend Kevin this morning to tell him this happened, and he said, yes, that's part of my procedure. Whenever it snows, I check all my tires and I kick as much snow out as possible.
Well, at least you know, hopefully if we get this supposed big storm this weekend, now you know to check your wheel well.
I do now. Well, I brought it to Philadelphia Piazza Honda this morning because that's where I bring it. Like they do all
great. They're great.
And I mean, I'm only on my third car because I buy Hondas and I keep them forever. Like I feel like I should send them more money because I buy these Hondas and they last forever. And I feel like I owe them more money because they just last forever. But they do such a good job, and I always bring it there, and they have all my records. And so I shout out to Piazza Honda because they're checking it out for me just to make sure that I didn't do any damage with all this snow and ice.
And see, you've been with them for a long time. It's Ross, Tony, all those guys. They treat you like family.
Oh yeah,
That's
and
what I love about them.
They ask me how my dogs are. Like that's in my little file. And oh yeah, Piazza Honda is just great. So but if you do buy a Honda, you won't be buying a lot because they just last forever.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Yeah, so I remember in college at one point, if you have a funny story about this, 855-839-1210, but we got an extension cord because my friend Maureen, one of my roomies, her car did that where there was like just like a frozen encased in ice. And so we ran an extension cord out and we had a blow dryer to try to
that sounds dangerous.
To try to melt the ice up in there. So we were trying to melt because girls, college girls, like, oh my God, like get that blow dryer.
I know, but that sounds like that's how you get electrocuted. Well, now at least I know to try to brush the snow off. But Justin, you're right. We're getting another big snow this weekend. So if this happens again, shame on me, right?
I'm hoping for the snow. I have a jury duty summons on Monday. So I'm kind of hoping I can get out of that. With the
but
snow.
Justin. You don't live in Philadelphia, but if you live in
Jersey.
Philadelphia, you call the night before, and
Yeah.
a lot of times they don't need you. But I don't think you live in Philadelphia, so
No.
Jersey, right? So
I live in the boonies of South Jersey.
yeah.
So moving forward, we thought we'd do like a little bit of a year in review, just like a soft little touch there. But I wanted to ask you about Elvis Presley. I saw this story, Linda, because I know you're a big Elvis fan. I'm a big Elvis. My cousin Karen was a huge Elvis fan growing up. So she would watch. She gave me all these like VHS, like of his Blue Hawaii.
Oh right.
I think I still have them somewhere. But there was a story that just came out of Graceland where they found his blue slippers that were under one of the beds or under something. And they found these blue, I don't know if they were blue suede, but they said they found his blue slippers. And so now they're on display.
Well, for as many times as I've been to Graceland, which is quite a few.
How many?
You
go yearly?
Not quite yearly, more like every other year.
Okay.
I was there this summer, and I called in. I did a live hit from Graceland on the Dom Giordano show, and Michael Pelgla, I think, was filling in for Zioli, and I called in. So you're not allowed upstairs, and the upstairs is locked off, and there's really no one who's allowed up there except the family and then the one Graceland caretaker. And supposedly it is exactly as it was kind of the day he died. Wow. So I could see how they could find something underneath his bed or something because no one's ever touched it. I mean, the rest of the house they keep up and there's people who take care of it and clean it and so forth. But yeah, that upstairs, it's been locked forever.
So hopefully, wouldn't it be cool? They should do like replicas, like Elvis's, like a blue suede shoe. They should sell them in the shops, or the blue suede slippers. That'd be kind of cool.
I know. Well, yeah, that's just what I need to buy more Elvis stuff. But there is a new movie coming out. The guy who did that Elvis film about Elvis's life, I think it was called Elvis. He called it Elvis. Yeah, Baz Luhrmann. That was a great film about Elvis, and that Austin.
Oh my gosh,
he just embodied him. But apparently Baz found all this footage that had never really seen the light of day, and he made a concert film. And
Austin Butler.
Yeah, Austin Butler. So this new Elvis film is called Epic. It's coming out I think in February, and they're saying you should go see it in IMAX. So I'll be there the very first day. Maybe I'll call in the next day with my review.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
Do like a movie review.
Yeah.
What I love about the movie with Austin Butler, Elvis, the biopic in 2022, Linda, was that if Elvis had a representative, an actual honest attorney who had, his best interest at heart, I think about his career may have been very different. And maybe he would have lived longer even. Maybe he would have been healthier, because you realize the colonel who you thought was representing him and they loved him was actually not really acting in his best interest.
Yeah, had a lot of his own interests at heart. But then again, he did take Elvis from complete obscurity, from complete poverty, and maybe had it not been for the colonel, Elvis wouldn't have become famous. You just don't know, and I think that just adds to the mystique, and probably why people like me are still fans.
And I didn't know that Linda, because obviously he divorced Priscilla,
right?
Which a lot of people don't even realize, but that he had a new love or whatever, Linda, who was his love at the time.
Yep, Linda Thompson.
And look at you, Linda. Like Linda knows all the names, but she's still alive.
She's still alive, and she has quite a story too, because apparently she tells this story how a lot of times she would be watching TV in the bedroom with Elvis. And when Bruce Jenner won the Olympics, if people are old enough to remember that was just so amazing when Bruce Jenner, was in those Olympics and won all those medals. He just was the athlete that everyone aspired to. And she turned to Elvis and said, I'm going to marry him someday, like kind of kidding around. And when she left Elvis, she actually did marry Bruce Jenner.
Really?
Who, for the younger people, is now Caitlyn Jenner. But he was once Bruce Jenner, and Linda Thompson once she left Elvis, she married Bruce Jenner and had 2 sons with him. So she's had quite the...
Wow.
She's been married. She's been with, quite the assortment.
And I wonder what she thinks about Bruce now, Caitlyn.
Apparently, I guess they're like friendly. They have 2 sons together who are now in their 30s or 40s. So she had 2 sons with him, and then once they broke up, he went with the Kardashian.
Oh, that's
girl.
right.
Yeah.
So, what a world they live. I mean, I can't even relate to their whole world.
Oh yeah. So she was because she was very young when she was with Elvis. She was a Miss Tennessee beauty queen, and she was very, very young, and she stayed with him, I think, 5 or 6 years, and he died about 8 months after she left him. So yeah. Oh please, I know the whole Elvis story. I wonder if the listeners are thinking,
I know.
All right, so this girl doesn't know how to get the snow out of her wheel wells, yet can quote everything about Elvis, and she's in charge of election integrity in Pennsylvania.
But see, it also tells me, because I know you're close with your family, and so it also tells me maybe you were a daddy's girl. Maybe your dad made sure the car was okay.
Yes, and my dad is in heaven now, which is why I had to go to my brother. But yeah, I think to some extent, but I think he also wanted me to learn this stuff. So he was probably thinking, to my brother's credit, he didn't yell at me last night. He just said, this is what you should do. But he did drag his wife and daughter out and said, and said, put your clothes on. You got to see what Aunt Linda did, because I don't want you guys doing this.
Really? Shaming you? I mean, come on, you got a lawyer in the family. Be happy. You know what I mean? So trade it off like, oh, would you rather have a brilliant lawyer in the family, or, somebody who knows to like melt out the tire? So I guess it all works together.
Yeah, that's true. I can't believe like Justin's like, yeah, of course I knew that. You're saying yes, I of course I knew that. And I'm wondering how many listeners are thinking, yikes, I didn't know I was supposed to do that.
Share 855-839-1210.
So when that soft snow, when you're out in that soft snow, it's kicking up into your wheel wells, and then you stop the car and it's going to freeze, especially when these temperatures get so low. So.
Well, and were you up in the Poconos at this
yes,
point?
Yes, I was up in the Poconos.
So what that tells me, on a city street with all the salt and stuff, then the salt is gonna actually help mitigate it.
Yeah.
But you were probably in a place where you're not all piled up with salt.
Right.
So
because they don't use a ton of salt there just because of all the lakes and everything. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's true. That's probably why it doesn't happen too much in the city. But if you're in the suburbs or you're driving on these back roads that they haven't salted yet, be aware.
Be aware. Now you heard it from Linda. All right, more with Linda. We have so much. We have some real treats for you. Be right back.
At Crash Proof Retirement, we understand that out of all the threats to your retirement future, your health is the greatest. That's why our firm offers unique asset-based long-term care strategies to provide financial stability to our clients, like Donna McMacken.
70% of people will one day need long-term care. I went through this with my mother. I had to liquidate all of her assets and sell her house, and I don't want that for me. Should the need arrive, the long-term care policy that I have through Crash Proof covers $9,000 per month in care. Should I be fortunate and not have to use that, it goes to my beneficiaries. I've been Crash Proof since 2013, and still I've never paid them a fee.
Schedule an appointment to see if you qualify for asset-based long-term care. Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Mike.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
This year, I'm giving my hair salon a total makeover.
Total makeover sounds totally expensive.
We updated our logo and colors, so I needed to print new signage, brochures, business cards, everything.
Everything will not be cheap.
Staples did it all, and I saved $100 on my order.
$100? Trim my whiskers, that's a good deal. For everything your business needs to print, let's go Staples.
That was easy.
Offer valid in-store and online. Ends 1/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Autoimmune disease, difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137. 7.
Reach your savings goals with American Heritage Credit Union certificates and IRAs with terms from 3 to 60 months, including 9 or 12-month certificate at 3.81% APY. You'll earn interest for the full term and maximize your earning potential. Prefer flexibility? Our high-yield savings account earns 3.15% APY. For the proactive, for the people, not for profit. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/savings to learn more. Insured by the NCUA. Additional share insurance provided by ESI. Not a member? Join today.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The wonder of Linda.
Thank you, Justin. I love that music.
You're welcome, Linda.
So Justin's in for Dan, who's on a special assignment on the set of Tires. This is so cool with Shane Gillis. I can't wait to hear all about it. Linda Kearns in the house, big Elvis fan.
And Justin, you know,
Justin Otero.
I don't know if you've been listening in the afternoons, but he has carried on the mantle of making fun of Matt DeSantis, and
somebody has to keep his ego in check.
I am not happy about it, and there will be repercussions.
Look, I will maintain my stance on this. He has an Ivy League degree from Harvard. He is currently going to Johns Hopkins University. Somebody needs to keep his ego in check. And if it's got to be me, it's going to be me.
Ooh, those are fun. You know, do you know, Linda, you know this, right? That Matt DeSantis, when we started the Dawn show, he was my original producer.
Yeah, I think I remember that. Yeah.
And then when Zioli went to afternoons, like it was this sudden thing. And he was like, and I'm taking Matt DeSantis. And he took Matt. He stole Matt from me.
And Matt is awesome. And look, Justin's a cutie, don't get me wrong, but Justin. No one is as cute as Matt DeSantis. And I think that's where this entire rivalry comes from.
They're a little catty.
Yeah.
Like, how come?
Oh,
they like Matt.
Yep.
He's so cute.
Yep. Justin's just jealous.
Remember, I'm the one controlling the board here. I can hit the off button.
That
right
is
here.
true. I should be nicer to the producers because they do remind me if I'm not nice to them, they can all of a sudden go to commercial when I call in.
That's hysterical. So where do we've talked this week. I love that you brought up this story, and Linda found a great story in the Wall Street Journal talking about this affordability and housing.
Yeah, because I get very nervous when I'm listening to conservative talk radio or even anywhere, and people start talking about what the president needs to do about affordability. Because whenever I hear that, I say to myself, wait, I'm a conservative. The last thing I want is government dipping its heavy hand into the marketplace. That just never works out. Kind of like that what we were playing this morning about Lutnick saying that Europe is just trying to set this specific goal, like we're going to be zero emissions by this point. And then so government putting their heavy hand in there, that really distorts the markets. So there was this great article in the Wall Street Journal the other day that with this horrible situation we have where homes are unaffordable and young people are really having trouble getting into their starter homes, they did kind of an analysis. So how can we make homes more affordable? Well, they basically said there's 3 ways. One is to increase income. Well, it's very difficult for the government to get in there and make laws or executive orders that's going to increase income. Now, government can get out of the way to let businesses thrive and make more opportunity and income increase, but it's very difficult for, say, President Trump to just issue an executive order on increasing income. And then the second way to make homes more affordable is if mortgage rates fall again, like they did about 5 years ago when the mortgage rates were so low in the 2% and 3%. It made the payments more affordable and more people could afford houses. But we don't want the government again coming in and saying you have to drop mortgage rates. That's how we end up in huge mortgage crises. So we can't necessarily have the government come in and say, all right, you have to drop mortgage rates. And then the third way to make houses more affordable is home prices fall. If home prices are just not as expensive as they are, but we don't necessarily want the government to do that to depress home prices because then all the people who already have houses, that's going to hurt them, and then that's going to stop builders from building, and then there's so many downstream consequences there because of all the suppliers that supply houses. So I understand the concern about the affordability crisis, but looking to the government to do proactive decisions to solve it is really not the best way to think about it. But here we are in an election year, and that's what voters want. They think they can just vote somebody into office, and they're gonna correct things. And I think we have to be very, very careful about that, Dawn.
Well, in a second, and I know that Zillow Home rated that's the hottest cities where home sales are doing great, but Justin actually has a little nugget. Is this Trump?
Yeah,
or who's
this is Trump from his speech in Davos talking about
affordability.
Americans not becoming a nation of renters.
Okay.
Home ownership has always been a symbol of health and vigor of American society, but that goal fell out of reach for millions and millions of people in the Biden era because interest rates went up so high. Today, I'm taking action to bring back this bedrock of the American dream. In recent years, Wall Street giants and institutional investment firms, many of you are here, many of you are good friends of mine, many of you are supporters. Sorry to do this, Joe, I'm so sorry. But you've driven up housing prices by purchasing hundreds of thousands of single-family homes, and it's been a great investment for them. Often as much as 10% of houses on the market. You know, the crazy thing is a person can't get depreciation on a house, but when a corporation buys it, they get depreciation. Okay, that's something we're going to have to think about, too. I don't know if too many people think about that. You buy a corporation, they buy 500 houses. They buy hundreds of thousands. They buy 500 houses. They can take depreciation. A person sweats and works and buys one house, they can't. But homes are built for people, not for corporations, and America will not become a nation of renters. We're not going to do that. That's why I have signed an executive order banning large institutional investors from buying single-family homes. It's just not fair to the public. They're not able to buy a house. And I'm calling on Congress to pass that ban into permanent law, and I think they will.
Maybe challenged, but again, Linda, this is an area that you're talking about as a conservative.
Right.
You don't want these kind of regulations.
I get a little bit nervous because, first of all, making it sound like the institutions are the bad guy, that I always get a little nervous about that because the institutions are the ones, basically that's where our 401ks are invested, like the stocks and so forth. But and we do need rental housing. And not everyone is ready to buy a house. So you might be just in a temporary place in your life. You're a student. You might be a young adult who's not doesn't want to stay in one place for a while, and you don't want to buy a house. You might be older and don't want to have to care for a house, and you'd rather be in a rental community. So I understand where the president's going with this, but I just caution us as conservatives and critical thinkers to really think about all of the downstream consequences of this, because whenever the government dips too much of a heavy hand into the marketplace, sometimes the results are not what we had hoped for. But I completely appreciate President Trump, and his administration making the effort, and just watching everything from Davos and seeing these America First policies. That's what I voted for.
Me
America
too.
should be first, and that's absolutely what I voted for. But some of these executive orders and stuff, I do worry a little bit. I mean, I'm obviously I'm still very glad President Trump is the president, but I do think as conservatives we need to really, really think about all this.
Yeah, and I think what he does, he sort of tees it up, in my view. So he announces something, gets the headline, because whatever he's announcing, right, everybody's going to talk about it, tees it up. Congress then still has to so-called make the sausage, right? So they would have to figure that out and the legality of it and how it would all work. I just want to give the Zillow, this is one of these realty companies, and they do a lot of studies and whatnot. They said the hottest markets, this is their prediction for this year, 2026, based on home price growth. And they say that here in the Northeast, The metros appear on the list more than any other region. By the way, no Sunbelt cities made the list at all, which I was surprised. And so in this one, by the way, Philadelphia, number 6 on the list.
Of being a good place?
It's a good place, a hot market for, but I think what they're saying is the home value growth forecast. In other words, because a city, it doesn't surprise me, a city like Philadelphia, Boston's on the list, New York. So in other words, where it's in demand, you don't have a plethora of places for sale. This area is one where a homeowner like Larry and I, like we would get more for our home.
Right. And Philadelphia, we have and the metro region, not just the entire Delaware Valley. We have so much going for us. It's just such an awesome place to live, except when snow gets in your wheel wells and your car starts to shake. And then somebody like Justin says, how could you get to this point in your life and not know this? But other than that, we just live in such a great place. And I wish our government, our local government would get out of the way sometimes. And I wish they would fight crime a little bit more and so forth. But we do live in a great place. And that contributes to the housing market. When it's a great place to live, people want to live here. But I also, think about too, sometimes people get into houses before they're ready. It's probably the most significant investment that you will make, probably besides your college education. And it's a significant investment, and you have to be careful. You have to not overspend. Don't, just because the mortgage company says you can afford a certain payment, don't just say, okay, well, that's what I'll get. Like, it might not be a bad idea to go a little bit below that because things come up. Yeah. And right now with electricity prices, if your heat is electric, whoa, those bills are coming every month.
Ours was like $1,000.
Oh, I
Greg Stocker was complaining.
I know. And I really delved into it and I looked, and I'm not using any more electricity. It's the rates that keep going up. And I'm doing everything I can not to use as much, but there's only so much you can do.
Yeah, the rates have skyrocketed in the past 5 years here in Pennsylvania. It all has to do with, Reggie, Pacer, whatever they want to call it. All of the basically subsidizing the alternative renewables or whatever. And to me, it's infuriating, Linda, because I just remember Sarah Palin. Remember back in the day when she was governor of Alaska, and every Alaskan, they got a rebate.
Right.
Right. We in Pennsylvania. So why, if you look at the states, I was studying this yesterday. So if you look at across the country, who has the lowest rates for things like we're talking about electricity? They are the states that, and Burgum talks about this all the time, they lift all of these tough regulations and government mandates. Right?
I think, Justin, you're a big fan of nuclear energy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Justin's a big expert on this. He always talks about this.
No, it's like nuclear energy. It's very renewable. It's like the most renewable form, the most clean form. As much as Democrats will like to sit there and say, "Oh, solar, wind," no, the cleanest form of renewable resource, energy that we can have is nuclear. But people are so afraid of like 3 Mile Island, of Chernobyl, still almost 50 years on. That they have this boogeyman in their mind about it.
No, but Justin, I love the outlets, like they're called Philadelphia outlets, but they're out obviously by Royersford and out that way, Phoenixville. And those huge cooling, you know what I mean? They're ominous and the steam is coming out. It looks like smoke, but it's steam. And I was like, I might die at the Swarovski outlets if those things blow. It is ominous.
But
I think they look cool.
And I think the production of any energy is going to have some downstream consequences. And I think we just have to be smart about it and realize we need energy. We need to heat our houses. We need to drive our cars. We need to get all of our Amazon goods delivered to us.
Yes, we do.
And energy is really, really important. And maybe if our governor spent a little bit more time thinking about that, thinking about the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania with all of the resources we have, all of the richness that we have, and spent more time on that and less time on his book tour and thinking about the White House, maybe we'd be a lot better off.
Well, and so in Pennsylvania, my biggest point about it is that if they had been smart and planned on this, because we're literally sitting on liquid gold with the natural gas.
Absolutely.
And so if they would just let us, because that's those places like, let's say the Dakotas or even Colorado, the reason even in some of the Carolinas, Louisiana's number one. So they are relying on local resources, but we're number one or number two in the whole country. We're basically sitting on these natural gas resources, and yet we're paying for stinking solar or wind or whatever woke crud they put in there, right? And that's why your electric bill is more money.
Right.
And so Kevin Poles was busting my chops like, Dawn, you're talking about competition. It's really not competition because, number one, PECO has the monopoly. They're owned by Exelon. They have a monopoly in distribution, number one. And number two, we should be able to tap into our local resources. We should be getting a refund check.
You're right.
Right?
You're right.
Can you imagine? And by the way, can you only imagine if they said we're giving every Pennsylvanian, whatever, $1,000 or $500? Everybody want to move back here.
Exactly.
And then you get top talent.
And then you have those human resources. Absolutely. I know. It's very frustrating.
We got to get Stacey Garrity in here because this is her wheelhouse. She's so brilliant and has that mind for math. As Yoli always says, let's not do any math. But
yeah, and so she can get our message out. So
Yes.
Pennsylvanians realize we have options.
Yeah. Oh, amen. Well said, sister. All right, Linda's here. We got to talk about my friends from Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. And I love Chapman, they were one of, if not it was Spring Dance Hot Tubs, which Linda has her Spring Dance Hot Tub. It was Spring Dance and Chapman. I think we're among my first two sponsors going back 10 years. Now I'm going into my 11th year. If you've been thinking about replacing maybe your front door, which I said to Larry, we need a new front door. What about a red front door? But if you're thinking about the front door makeover or a new front door, entry door, the patio doors, this month, January, is actually a great time to start the planning with my friends at Chapman. Spring, it's around the corner. Thank you. It's the perfect season to be enjoying an upgrade like this. One of the things I love about Chapman, first of all, they are meticulous, hands-on, high-quality workmanship. I could go on and on from the design to the installation. There are no surprises. I can tell you this. Everything is upfront. Everything is in writing, and you sign off on that, and they make sure of that. And I love that because you don't want to work with somebody who's going to try to sneak things in or surprise you with adding to the price. They'll never do that. And that just means that you're happy at the end of the day. And let's say you do or don't want, like I wanted a touch up on the one wall where they were installing because I wanted to change up some things. So they'll offer all of that. If you need a carpenter to do some extra things, right, and make it look fancy, they're going to do all of that. But then you say, well, could they do a little this? Absolutely. They put that in writing. What do you want? And you spell it out. Or if you don't want it, that's good too. It's all up front. And by the way, the difference in curb appeal, security, energy efficiency, that, of course, is immediate. Right now, Chapman, they're offering 10% off on top of their high-quality, highly rated work. And it makes right now the smart time to start the conversation. Get this on the calendar, chapmanwindows.com, chapmanwindows.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Trust and Will.
My dad and I were always close, but some things we just didn't talk about, like his will. After he was gone, we found out he didn't have one, and it created a lot of stress during a time of grief.
Creating a will can be hard to think about, but avoiding it can lead to greater difficulty for the people you love. That's why Trust and Will makes estate planning simple. Create a will online in as little as 30 minutes.
Now, I have a will in place to make sure my loved ones are protected. With Trust and Will, it was easy and affordable, and I got peace of mind knowing my wishes are clear.
Trust and Will.
Get 20% off when you visit trustandwill.com/plan. That's trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
Truck Month is happening now at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2026 Tundra all-wheel drive Crewmax SR5 for $479 a month. Or buy and get 2.99% financing for 72 months. Or $3,000 cash back. Or check out a new 2025 Tacoma four-wheel drive double cab SR5 and lease for $299 a month. Or get rates as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Trust and Will.
My dad and I were always close, but some things we just didn't talk about, like his will. After he was gone, we found out he didn't have one, and it created a lot of stress during a time of grief.
Creating a will can be hard to think about, but avoiding it can lead to greater difficulty for the people you love. That's why Trust and Will makes estate planning simple. Create a will online in as little as 30 minutes.
Now, I have a will in place to make sure my loved ones are protected. With Trust and Will, it was easy and affordable, and I got peace of mind knowing my wishes are clear.
Trust and Will.
Get 20% off when you visit trustandwill.com/plan. That's trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers them. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Yes, since we're talking about Jailhouse Rock with Linda Kearns, our great election integrity and local family attorney, who's going to be rocking the jail? Maybe some of those Minnesota officials, Justice Department, we talked about that. So under investigation, facing charges. And also, we want to get to this one because the message in the mainstream media is not out there enough that those ICE, those law enforcement officers extracting very dangerous predators, and many of them already convicted, many of them were on a list within the Biden administration or even before. So this is in Minnesota. Listen into this list of who ICE just recently was able to round up.
Now, folks, before I came here today, I printed out a few individuals that I'd like to share with you. Individuals that were arrested since yesterday. These 3 individuals were arrested just since yesterday. Keep in mind now, these individuals were walking the streets of Minneapolis with impunity as of yesterday. We've got Hovai Kumaye, a illegal alien from Laos, a registered sex offender, convicted of sex offense against a child, including fondling and failure to register as a sex offender. This individual was walking the streets of Minneapolis just yesterday. This individual right here. It's very interesting that I haven't seen this individual or many others like him reported on very much by the local news media or the state news media. That's interesting. But wait, let's don't quit there. No, you can't. Let's
see the news media. Look at him, Linda.
Samuel.
Yeah,
Arvelo Hernandez.
They want to interrupt
illegal alien
a
from Guatemala,
uniformed official
charged with rape,
rapist,
and lascivious acts with a minor. Now, think about that for just a second.
And there are actually people out there who are saying abolish ICE. And I wonder if these people even understand what ICE stands for. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. How can we have a country if we are not enforcing our immigration laws and customs? I mean, they are stopping things from coming into this country that shouldn't come in, both drugs and things like that, but also counterfeit goods that hurt our economy. I mean, these people who say abolish ICE, they just really do not know what they're talking about. They're like the people who said abolish the police or defund the police.
Yeah, and the thing that strikes me, and that was a case in point with, and this is all over social media, and so I think this audience, you're informed on this, but we can't say it enough or put it out. Everybody just keep putting this out on social media. Trump did it yesterday. He stood there for 2+ hours. He took over. I guess he gave Caroline Leavitt the day off so she could pack for Davos. And he was up there. He was on fire. And he was like, here, he was showing the mugshots. He was showing the official court papers and the charges, and some of them convicted. And these are really dangerous individuals. But Linda, a lot of the people, they're out there protesting because they've been told lies.
Right. I think that there's an agenda out there that to act like ICE is just running in and getting people who are here illegally but haven't committed a crime, and so they get somebody who seems very, very sympathetic, like these. And I feel for these people. Yeah. I feel for these people who came here for a better life, but they came in illegally. They're trying to follow the laws. I do feel for them, but we have a country, we have borders we need to enforce. Yet if the mainstream media is only going to focus on them and not on all of the illegal immigrants who are committing crimes and making our streets less safe, or who are bringing in drugs or contraband and really harming America, then the true story's not getting out there. And then you have these silly people saying abolish ICE and acting like ICE is the bad guy. Well, you can't have a country without immigration and customs enforcement. You just can't.
Yeah. Amen. I mean, it's just, we could go on and on. We could play Trump talking yesterday, just trying to get this word out and deal with what we're trying to deal with right now in real time. It's just, the media is not going to report it.
I know. That's why I appreciate a station like this so much. Can I tell you my Trader Joe's story real quick?
Yes.
So
this is affordability.
Yeah. No, this is government getting in where they shouldn't get involved in. Apparently city council decided that you have to pay 10 cents for bags in Philadelphia. And I guess I knew it, but didn't know it. So I went to Trader Joe's the other day and there's signs all over. The bags are 10 cents. And of course I had no bags with me. So when I got my card up to the register, the girl says to me, well, how many bags do you want? And I said, well, as many bags as it takes to hold my groceries. And she said, well, how many will that be? And I'm standing there like, this is the most ludicrous conversation I've ever had in my life. I said, I don't know. However, you can't judge that from your card. Mm-hmm. And then she apparently didn't charge me enough. And she was kind of just going to hand me, and this wasn't her fault. This is the city council's fault. And she was going to hand me the rest of the groceries. I said, no, I'll have to buy more bags. And she said, well, you're going to have to pay for them. And I said, I get that. And I had change in my purse, thank heavens, because if I hadn't, she would have had to run my credit card again, which would have cost Trader Joe's like $2 to run for a 20-cent bag. And I wish people in government worked in industry and understood what these silly policies are doing. Because I guess they think they're helping the environment, but I reuse those bags. Mm-hmm. I love those Trader Joe's bags. They're nice and strong. Yes. I have a bunch in my car right now because I was going to bring some clothes to Goodwill, and all the clothes are in the bag. So I'm reusing the bags. But that's just another example of when government gets involved. The downstream consequences aren't always good for the rest of us.
Yeah, it's silly. And we've done, so what I do is, because this is not just in Philadelphia, it's in Flourtown. And, it's your municipality in the suburbs too. But so what I do is I love the gun. I leave the stuff in the cart and I go through I go to Acme and then put the cart out to my car, load it right up from the carts. So I never have to lift things up.
But here in Philly,
You know what I
we
mean?
don't have that. Like you're taking an Uber to the grocery store, or you're walking, and you don't always have those reusable bags with you. And even if you do, I think that's kind of disgusting to put chicken and stuff in a bag, and then what do you take it home and wash it? And then because then you're using a washing machine and all that energy. And not everyone has a washing machine in their house, especially in the city. And so it's just making all this extra work. And I'm not sure what the end game is here other than to really inconvenience us.
Yeah.
But I mean, for these poor cashiers to say to people, how many bags do you want? And then I'm supposed to become an expert on how many bags I need for the stuff in my cart. Well, I don't know. Like, and I truthfully said, I don't like however many it takes. Like, I just, there's no good answer to that.
It's like guessing how many of something are in
how
the
many
jar.
jelly beans are in a jar. I don't know. Like, and I guess though people have gotten upset at having to pay the 10 cents, and I get that too. But this is just Philadelphia can't get out of its own way.
My biggest problem is when I'm at the Acme, because a lot of the people, like, they'll see me and go, Dawn, I heard you in Lindon. So then I get yakking, but I'm trying to hurry because there's a line, and and then I either don't, then I'm like, oh, did I scan the whatever milk, and then I forget, and then I have to look at the thing because I get all distracted, and then I'm talking. Then the people are like, oh, please.
Because Dawn is a star.
Yak. No,
well,
I'm a yacker.
I love my Sparkle Linda Wednesdays. Dawn, thank you so much for having me on.
Love you, Linda. It just flew by today because we had so much.
I know. And thank you, Justin. That cutie over there.
He's so sweet. This cute little hat. Dan Borowski will be back tomorrow. Well, hopefully, unless he's hired to Hollywood, and then he'll be off and we get to follow him vicariously. Listen, we got to talk about my friends from Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, that all-in-one Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning mini split that they installed in our lower level. We are loving it. Here we are this morning. It was 0 in Quakertown. Not that I live in Quakertown, but below 0 with the wind chills. So cold, even though we have a warm-up tomorrow. But it doesn't matter. No matter the time of year, that mini split works beautifully. And our lower level with our office, it is warm and cozy, toasty. This ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning is awesome. It really has been a game changer. And so thank you to my guys, Marvin E. Cans, MarvinEKanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you. Dom Show is next.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are you a PA, New Jersey homeowner over 60 years old planning to sell your home in 2026? If so, there are 10 new rules you must know affecting seniors if you want a fast, top dollar, and stress-free sale. Diane Cardano-Casaccio here, Cardano Realtors. Join me and special guest Dom Giordano for a free breakfast seminar on Saturday morning, January 31st at 9 a.m. at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. I'll show you these 10 new home selling rules for seniors, low-cost ways to stage your home, and insider strategies for you to win when selling. Also, learn if you should downsize now. Or what about capital gains? Or can you sell my home as is? Or should I sell first and then buy? And much more. Also, you'll get a copy of my new book, Hidden Cost of Overpricing. Do your research, get prepared when selling your home. Don't wing it. Diane Cardano says RSVP now. Call 215-576-8666 or go to 215-576-8666.com.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbee, Rob Finnerty, more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, all-time irony. I think we could do ironies as a side question. Dom Giordano's show. Arguably the least concerned about health, at least when it comes to eating and working out, president, arguably President Trump, has a guy who is the one doing the most that is shaking up our entire healthcare system, our entire food system, our entire vaccine, etc. And he'll be here at 1:30 today. It's been a long time trying to make this happen, and I think it's Dr. Oz and Dr. Oz's person that made it happen. So RFK Jr., Secretary RFK Jr. will be here at 1:30 today, and they've offered like an ungodly amount of time. So if you have a question that you say must be asked, please speak now or forever hold your peace at 855-839-1210. I, of course, just sketched out my first 15 for the NFL. I don't like the 15. I would do 40, but that's the NFL, you know. Things change, the script. And the one area, maybe a small thing, I might say, oh, come on now, with the food pyramid upside down, okay, but saturated fats, good. Certain ones. So Kennedy is in Harrisburg. He'll be with us on his way back. We hope to have him here at some point. We're working on that. But you'll be able to hear it at 1:30 today. And in Harrisburg at this rally, it's the Eat Real Food tour kicking off today. That's the main thing we'll talk about. But I got to get a little more information on the pull-up. Henry is very intrigued too, you know, and I think my request will be to lead a movement to take away all those pull-ups you have to jump on at gyms. You got to jump up on. No. Moving down to the level we can work on, like 6 feet, 5 inches, 6 inches, 7 inches. You might be able to do a pull-up then. But he's in Harrisburg on this. There are protesters. There are always protesters. All that going on. Big story today when he took to the podium. We'll play you President Trump in Davos. And look, the Trump remedy is certainly called for with these people. We'll play you the Blackstone guy, who's the most odious creature out there, saying we're only here, us billionaires, to help the average people, to make things more affordable. Yeah, right. And the other star is Gavin Newsom, standing among the crowd, and Trump calls him out from the podium. Trump also saying, Let's face it, if not for America, a lot of you would be speaking German or maybe a little Japanese. He went after windmills, but the big story, he said, and the markets have reacted well, we are not going to, by force, do anything with Greenland. All right, so Greenland was much there, reassuring people on that. I get the Trump negotiating style, but on the Greenland thing, I think this comes down to, behind the scenes, how much money will it take? I think it's worth it. Harry Truman thought it was worth it. $100 million in gold in 1946 he offered. That's $1946 in gold. That would have been a lot. I don't even know if they had 20,000 people there then in order to get it. I don't know if we pay them off. We pay the Danes off. Well, I was thinking of a deal. The Danish company Ørsted. All right, we want to put a windmill off the Jersey shore. You'll do that, and we'll give you Greenland. Sorry, we're not doing that, even for Greenland. It's national defense. Nope, you're not messing up the Jersey shore. Nope, no deal with the Danes on that. Okay, Randy Weingarten there today, though. This is all the people that want to control us coming together. That's what this Davos thing is about. Every year, John Kerry would be the face of it. We got several Randy Weingarten cuts, though, because she's the one that does the most that's irritating around this and the most mind. Let's start with Randy Weingarten there. Here's Weingarten talking about to the billionaires, to the people that behind the scenes run the world, that we must use this World Economic Forum to create an integrated network and curriculum for kids. Think of these globalists now. She wants to put into the public schools. Cut 19.
So part of what we're trying to do here is say, how do we create this partnership between education, labor, government, and industry with the goal of creating these pathways so that kids, when they come out of high school or they come out of college, don't have to start saying, what am I going to do next? The pathways become important, and to create those pathways, you also have to create a curriculum, and you have to create this engagement with each other. And the last thing I'll say is this. When you do it, in the United States of America, we have 16,000 school districts. We have over 100,000 schools. There are industry partners all over. And you, Kiva, were the one who said, you can't keep on doing this industry by industry. You were the one who said, you can't keep on doing this governor by governor. How do we use the WEF to create this kind of integrated network so that we're all working together, so that kids can have, from high school on, opportunities to have jobs that pay a living wage so that they can feed their family and nurture their family. And that is what happens in advanced manufacturing. So I'm honored that we are part of the creation of that curriculum, and we are all in.
Oh, I want to see the curriculum, Randy. I want to see the chapter on fascism. Now, Henry, I've never told you, but I think it's perfectly that we be able to get her in studio. I mean, I've had her on 10 or 12 times.
Yeah.
So let's put her on our wish list next. We ought to have that giant. I mean, Johnny's got a big sign out there at Mulligan's. Today is the birthday, by the way, and we'll honor him all day, of the great Nick Foles. On my Twitter, did you happen to see my Twitter today? Take a look at the picture I put up. That is from Souderton. That is from when we had Nick Foles. That's the crowd. Look at that room, how enormous it is. And backstage, there had to be 500 people waiting to get with Nick Foles. Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
what a scene.
And notice the height. If he's 6'6", I'm going to be 6'1", based on that. Yeah, you could tell. Yeah, what a scene. It is a fabulous thing, and we have the cut of Philly we'll get to. But here's one more Randy Weingarten. Yep, she goes to the well in Davos. Here's Randy Weingarten. It takes a village. Cut 20.
And first, I'd like to turn to Randy Weingarten.
Of course.
So we're honored to be here for any number of reasons. If you had told me 5 or 10 years ago that I would be at the World Economic Forum announcing Smart Start curriculum with business, governors, I would say, okay, I would see myself doing this with governors, but with business, in Switzerland doing this, I would have said, "What are you drinking?" But the point is, it does take a village to actually create and recreate and re-envision a society that works for all. And manufacturing is a key component in that society, and education is a key component in that society.
All right, so these are the people. These are the people that want to control our lives. She belongs perfectly there. That's what they're about. They don't want an ownership society. Nobody owns anything except them. Billionaires, behind-the-scenes people, the head of the World Economic Forum, and just globalists up and down. This is what it's all. John Kerry, the face of John Kerry is a perfect example. Be it climate, be it telling us what to do in schools, be it talking affordability under their guidance. It's all under their guidance. This is like the UN on steroids. The UN they're playing at it. These people really want and do, to the best of their ability, dominate life. All right, let me give you the side. You can hit me with a RFK Jr. question. He'll be here at 1:30 today. I'm going to lead off with the food pyramid. We'll get to vaccine policy, particularly childhood. I got to ask about the testosterone test of Trump, the pull-up. Might get into his own diet. Be prepared for that. Might be kind of a wild ride about what he recommends. But are you following this new food pyramid? Saturated fats. He announced in Harrisburg some of the things they've done in the first year, and they are impressive. Over 35% of American food industry have removed artificial dyes from their products. You know how difficult this has been, and more on the way in 2026. New dietary guidelines that prioritize whole foods over processed junk. Bringing whole milk back to school lunches. Well, that's good. And lowering prescription drug costs. And I think they're doing that. And that's a biggie. Is the other thing that I'll get to is the autism. I'm not believing Tylenol and in pregnancy. I'm not compelled by the evidence. I realize this is a mystery and a horrific mystery, but doesn't mean we should be jumping at stuff. So I'm going to ask him how far along, what's next on looking at autism. I think those are the biggest things that we've seen with him. Now, Josh Shapiro, the great man, after he threw his mother under the bus in his book, hard to believe. He's known as, and look, I've told you this, even among politicians, they see this guy as a political animal extraordinaire. I've been in the ring with him a couple times. And the next time I'm in the ring, I am using the height thing. I don't care what Rose says. You can't make jokes about the height with it. Anything with this guy is in play. He brings up his son. His son tells him, no capital punishment. All right, do I bring up the son? No, I don't care about the son. He does. Out of bounds, Henry, the height?
No, I guess not.
The son?
I mean, are you striking first with this height comment?
No. I have to be
all
struck.
right, you have to be struck. Yeah, you're waiting to get hit, and then all's fair.
The son.
Son, leave family out of it.
All right, but he's the one that brought it up. The son, do you remember that?
I know what you're talking about.
Okay, you still think you can't bring the son in. Check, is the son 18 yet? That's my rule.
Yeah, that might be a good rule.
If you're
of
under
thumb
18, can't do that. But you know what the governor loves to say, and he's polled this and repolled it. I'm going to ask RFK Jr. about it. Governor Shapiro saying he's bringing chaos here. Chaos. That's what RFK Jr. is about. Now, Shapiro's clever. I was telling Henry before the show in the new bio, he says he didn't grow up in a happy household as a child. The mother had mental issues. Wow. And then he says, go ahead, Henry.
No, just who doesn't?
Yeah. And then as a result of that, this is where he's going. That's why he's so controlling, so domineering. So, he knows it's a flaw, but come on. He had to do that to protect himself. Then he says, I love my mother. We get along. All this. Wow. He puts her in this bio. You really want to sell this bio, don't you? I think that's left, unless it was brutal, unless it was abusive. And he doesn't say that. He's saying that's what made him do what he does. Apparently, he says it was a joke when he asked about putting his artwork in the vice presidential residence to Kamala Harris. I don't think so. I think he had a list, and he kept on going through them. And even Harris went, get me Walz. He's a goof, but I can't put up with it.
Maybe that was it. Yeah, he was just too controlling. He's like, here are my ideas for the campaign. And Kamala was like, whoa, buddy.
Right. And
my name's on the ticket.
Right. And he said the vice president ought to be more like a slight co-president than vice president to him. Get me Walz. But you mean that's your entire bench? Henry's out there shooting too much. I'm not liking it. I look down, I see Sean on the bench there. Hasn't played this year yet. I don't know. He wandered into the basketball team. Put him in.
Oh, man. I got a basketball game tonight. You're getting in my head already.
How many shots a game do you take?
It's the first game, so we're going to find out.
Well, usually.
At least 5 threes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's not excessive.
No,
You
I
know?
try to play within the game. I'm trying not to be a chucker.
Well, if you are a good shooter over the course of time, if you're off, keep shooting.
Oh, yeah,
Above
no.
averages.
Next shot mentality.
If you have made 5 in a row, keep shooting. You're a good shooter.
Mm-hmm.
You're hot. That's what I always went by. I wouldn't say I was a shooter. I was a scorer, meaning I was going to shoot.
I'm a shooter,
Okay,
so
all
there's
right.
the difference. I'm not a
All right.
scorer.
Not a scorer. Okay. 855-839-1210. You get on board. The St. Paul, Minnesota mayor said we responded the same way we would for any place of worship. Oh, man. Were they heathens in St. Paul? What? Can you imagine? I don't think so, Mayor. Okay, side question today. Ryan Wilson, Dwight Schrute, is it Rain? Rain
yeah.
Wilson. All right, Rain Wilson, all-time great character. Dwight Schrute, birthday was this week, a day or so ago. Side question today is simple. We haven't done something like this in a while. Give us somebody who is an all-time sidekick. They maybe even steal it in a sitcom. George Costanza is an obvious one. Arguably, he's the star, somewhat. But I'll take Ethel Mertz off. I even saw a play once about Ethel Mertz, Vivian Vance, how unhappy she was to play Ethel to Lucy, who was brutal all those years. That's old. But that's an all-time sidekick and female sidekick that was recognized. Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, Dom, I think for my answers, I'm going to go even more niche here with the
Okay.
sidekicks. Really, really far down on the roster, as you could say. I'm going to continue my theme of bringing up the hit show Friends, and I'm going to go with the friend that never gets talked about, even though he's in the majority of episodes, whether in the background doing his job or whatever, and that would be Gunther, the manager of Central Perk, the coffee shop where they all hang out, where he lusts over Jennifer Aniston's character, Rachel, day in and day out for season upon season until he finally confesses his love for her towards the end of the show, yeah. And then the other one I'm going to take off
It is the all white bread show. Like Will Kane on Fox, I can't stand. It's too much of a white bread to me. Just can't take it. Well, Friends, same thing.
Oh, man. And then the
It's
other
white bread, that's it.
Yeah, the other one I'm going to take off is a sidekick to one of the side characters in the show Seinfeld. It's about time Elaine later on in the seasons got her kind of her own universe. And in that universe, she had her on again and off again boyfriend, David Puddy, who I think is one of the most hilarious characters in the show. I'm glad he was introduced later on, whether it's as Jerry's mechanic or whether it's going to the Devils game, put it on the face paint or, it's to support the team, like things like that.
Germaphobe.
Wearing the 8-ball jacket. You got to talk to the 8-ball, like this whole shtick just cracks me up. So I got to throw in Puddy.
All right, Puddy. How about you, Sean? Who do you like?
So off the top of my head, I was originally going to say Charlie from Always Sunny before I realized that he's a main character.
Yeah, he is.
But
Yeah.
Rickety Cricket from Always Sunny.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
His de-evolution from a man of the cloth to a homeless man who smokes crack and diddles dogs. Ugh.
All right.
It's
He was
something to
hallucinating. He was
behold.
hallucinating. It's
All right.
okay.
All right, you covered a lot of ground there, Sean.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, 855-839-1210. You get on board. What? ABC, CBS, NBC's ICE coverage in Minnesota was 93% negative. They got to work on that. That's 7% positive for not negative. One mention of the officer being hit by the car. Nice. How did that one mention get in there? It was a mistake. It was a mistake. We didn't mean it. 93%. Now you think it would be more like even 60-40 if they wanted to be on the mob side. Okay, hit us with, in a sitcom, the all-time, I don't know if that sitcom is what I'm saying, but okay. All-time in a sitcom is we're looking for from the great Dwight Schrute today. And your question for RFK Jr. here at 1:30. As I said, Josh Shapiro gone all out to say chaos. That's what he's going to run on. He's not the chaos guy. He's normal. And my mother, well, she should have gotten mental help then. That's why I am like I am today. Don't listen to Kamala. I take the side of Kamala Harris here. And that's something. She could have been wine-addled or whatever was going on. She got one lift at Shapiro in these meetings like, oh, my God. But how in the world, out of the entire country, this is like drafting Ben Simmons or worse. How in the world, out of the whole world, I say that all the time, Henry, you're on my side. DJ and Luke don't get me. Say, well, you know, I think he was the best in the world. The world's pretty bad if Ben Simmons is the best player in the world at that point. It can't be.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it. Fire me, do whatever. Give me some more money. I'm finding somebody better than Ben Simmons. And if I'm doing the VP search, well, wait until you hear one of the names for lieutenant governor on the Republican side that I read today. And if this is the case, I'll give it to you coming up. I got to tell Stacey Garrity, bail. No way. This person could be your lieutenant governor. I'll give you the name of him, John Ventry, Henry. You may want to Google him. You'll see. Ventre. And you'll see why. All right, that's all straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I don't think most of these people, whether they're left or right, are aware that the average common person does not really care what you have to say, because for decades, you haven't had to live like the average common person. Rosie O'Donnell, you're not worried about the gas prices. The biggest hypocrisy of it all, or maybe the saddest joke of it, is the people that actually said they needed to leave America because of Donald Trump. Yet they're either coming back or they can't stop talking about him from another country when they leave. They can't quit it. It's worse than nicotine.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
A new year is the perfect time to look around your home, especially the kitchen and bathrooms you use every day, and think about a refresh. That's where Kitchen Magic comes in. They're a family-owned company crafting quality American-made kitchens and baths since 1979, and they make the process simple from start to finish. Right now, enjoy 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing and 50% off bathroom installations, plus the opportunity to lock in current pricing. Start the year with a home that looks better and works better. Visit kitchenmagic.com today.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, it is Dom time. Hit us with that sidekick, maybe one who dominates all time in a sitcom. That's what we're looking for. Got to be a really good one. We took some of the better ones off the board. RFK Jr., 130 today. And at least 3 or 4 huge areas with him. They're in Harrisburg. It's the Eat Real Food Tour that kicks off. And what's Josh Shapiro's biggest criticism? Chaos. So, let's go point by point with the great Josh Shapiro. Let's leave aside the vaccine issue. Are these other things chaotic, or are they things that have been debated for quite a while, and nobody had the ability to have the backing of a president and a movement that wants them out? Now, I think some people in the Maha movement think they can blame the world for their own lack of fitness or whatever, maybe. Okay, can make that point. And just because we have a lot of processed food, you have to succumb to it. But for convenience sake, and also unearthing what's been in front of us, and particularly with kids. I gave you some of the stats just when you're in about dyes and processed food and things of that nature. How can you quibble with that? Well, Josh Shapiro likes saying the word chaos. And I'm not making it up. You'll be able to read his memoir. Don't buy it. Just see the excerpts. Trying to explain away why he has such a bad reputation, even among driven politicians, by saying he's like that because his mother used to yell and had mental issues. And he had a largely unhappy childhood. And as a result of that, he took on this control freak stuff. He says, you can understand why. My God, is there anything this guy won't do to explain, spin something? I mean, if you heard me over the years, way ahead of the curve, I'm going back 15 or 20 years. This guy is as far out there as any political candidate we've ever seen. As far as control, chameleon-like, it is just incredible. And when they picked Tim Walz up, well, first of all, they're dumb. I mean, Kennedy was able to pick Lyndon Johnson. And Bobby Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson wanted to kill each other because he knew Johnson would win Texas. And then he'd put him on ice, and he did. Kamala Harris couldn't figure a way to put Shapiro on ice. Wow. She's got to be pretty bad, and he has to project something that is malevolent behind the scenes. What about my artwork? How much artwork can I put in there? The clock is ticking. You're trying to win a presidential race. And that's what you have to put up with this guy. You got to beat him. All right, who's the guy they're looking at as lieutenant governor, according to a news report? And Stacey, please, let's get off this guy. Henry, I had him on when I was at WWDB. It goes back that far. John Ventry, I would say, is the leading UFO monger in the country. And when I told you that, you were looking like, well, there's a lot of people that like conspiracies and UFOs.
Yeah.
Maybe he would be helpful. Can you see Josh Shapiro putting on a bib because of the saliva?
Oh, yeah, like lobster, like he starts speaking, he starts tying it on.
Yeah, they're not going to talk about Garrity at all. They're going to say, you got a UFO guy there.
Yeah, you're not serious. You got this guy.
Chaos. This guy with chaos. Chaos in the Capitol. So his name is mentioned. They're apparently having some degree of difficulty. We talked to Guy Shiraki a little bit about this with finding somebody to run for lieutenant governor. I realize at this point in time, Josh Shapiro looks like a juggernaut, but he's got a glass jaw. He's never really had someone challenge him all out. I mean, you talk about bum of the month club. I don't think Joe Louis would have fought a bum of the month named Doug Mastriano. Yeah, I was watching Rocky the other day. They want some guy colorful. Yeah, the Italian stallion. Put him in there on July 4th. Shapiro, get me Doug Mastriano. And then he publicizes Doug Mastriano while saying what a menace he is. But he publicized him because he knew what he was going to do. Okay, coming up yesterday, what a spectacle over in Jersey. What a spectacle in Davos today. The great E.J. Antoni is next. Then we'll take your calls. Breaking down what President Trump did. He did on the way to Davos. He did put in an executive order to stop Wall Street from buying up single-family homes. We'll see what EJ thinks about it. I'm on board. I think he is. Are we renouncing capitalism? All right. First, though, let's talk Diane Giordano and what we have coming up on the 31st. Attention, Pennsylvania, New Jersey home sellers, if you're over 60 and even thinking about selling in 2026, do not start too late, as sellers are losing thousands before that sign ever goes up. They fix the wrong things. They guess on price. They get blindsided by inspections. Learn the 10 new rules of selling over 60 at Diane Giordano's free breakfast seminar. 9 a.m. January 31st at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. Join me and Diane. Great breakfast. And you can join us live or on Zoom. Should you downsize now or stay put? What are your capital gains? How to declutter 30 years of your stuff. What do you fix or not fix? Should you sell as is? And how to price and market your home to sell fast. All attendees get a free copy of Diane's newest book, The Hidden Cost of Overpricing. Join us on January 31st, Saturday. Get all the info, RSVP now, 215-576-8666. It's all free. Or online, 215-576-8666.com.
Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Trust and Will.
My dad and I were always close, but some things we just didn't talk about, like his will. After he was gone, we found out he didn't have one, and it created a lot of stress during a time of grief.
Creating a will can be hard to think about, but avoiding it can lead to greater difficulty for the people you love. That's why Trust and Will makes estate planning simple. Create a will online in as little as 30 minutes.
Now, I have a will in place to make sure my loved ones are protected. With Trust and Will, it was easy and affordable. And I got peace of mind knowing my wishes are clear.
Trust and Will.
Get 20% off when you visit trustandwill.com/plan. That's trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Forecasters are warning of snow this weekend, and some municipalities are already low on road salt. Children's Hospital of Philadelphia is planning to open a network of outpatient centers to provide early autism care for kids. And PETA is calling for technology to replace Puxatawny Phil on Groundhog Day.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Is your water heater leaving shower time feeling like a polar plunge? Overloaded electrical panel? Have your lights flickering like a nightclub? Count on Horizon Plumbing and Electrical to be there same day with no emergency service fee and next day installs. Whether your water heater needs repair or replacing, or your electrical panel needs an important safety upgrade, our highly trained specialists will get your issues sorted in no time. And with 0% interest financing on major repairs and installations, Horizon can help you protect your budget too. Book horizonservices.com today.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic, available online at Amazon, newnordicusa.com, or your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
What's that guy's name there in Davos, Henry, that you like? Is it Klaus Schwab?
Yeah.
Hey, Klaus, come on over here. Sit down. Yeah, let's do a remote from there in Davos. Imagine that guy. We'd be in a gulag somewhere in the middle of Germany inside a half hour. All right. E.J. Antoni is an incredible resource to have. He is the acting director at the Thomas A. Rowe Institute for Economic Policy Studies and Grover M. Herman Center for the Federal Budget. And he joins us periodically when we have big moments like this. A lot going on with the economy. Markets are looking pretty good the last 5 minutes that I look. Let's go to EJ. Hey, EJ, a question for you. Have you ever been to the World Economic Forum?
I have not, nor would I ever, quite frankly.
Why? What's the objection?
Oh, dear goodness. Could you have a more poorly named gathering? There's nothing economic about it. It is socialist, it is communist, and that's about the end of it.
Yeah, it's John Kerry, the face of it, and Klaus Schwab, EJ, telling us, our betters telling us how we should live and what they're going to do. So before the president left, I don't think he announced it there. It was announced in flight. He did do what we talked about before, an executive order, Wall Street, single-family homes. Your thoughts on it?
Well, I think the president, first off, made a lot of really great points. He's coming into this, or I should say he came into this from a real position of strength. People have seriously underestimated how good the U.S. economy is right now relative to the rest of the world. I don't think most Americans understand just how bad economic growth is, for example, in essentially the entirety of Europe. We're even growing faster than China right now, if you can believe that. That hasn't been true in ages. So, again, this idea that somehow the president is going into a hostile environment, yes, that's true in a certain sense, but he's also going in there with the strongest poker hand at the table, if you will. And so when he says something, that doesn't mean it can simply be ignored. And I know things like Greenland have gotten a lot of attention, and there are, Denmark is basically trying to brush that off like, no, it's not going to happen. What are they going to do about it? I mean, at the end of the day, look at Canada. We threw Canada into a recession by getting into a tariff fight with them. We have so much economic power over the rest of the world. At the end of the day, how much of a fight are they really going to be able to put up? And I think that's all part of the message that he's been delivering. It's kind of the hammer that he's been dropping.
EJ, I wanted to go back, though. Did you have a chance to see the executive order? He did it not there, but when he was going there, that you and I talked about around the housing. And some cities, it is astounding how much of Wall Street, 20% of homes, new homes, single-family homes are owned by some Wall Street company.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, at the end of the day, Dom, I'm fundamentally a free market guy, right? I grew up with Larry Kudlow, my good friend now, telling me that free market capitalism is the best path to prosperity. And that's just as true today as it was back then. But I think that this can be seen as a good step in the right direction because it's trying to correct not even necessarily a failure of the free market, but a failure of government, chiefly regulation, where we have so overregulated the mortgage lending market, and we have created all of these artificial problems, essentially, that it didn't have to be that way. This is going to help correct that to a certain extent. It's not a cure-all. It's not the only thing that needs to be done, and it's not even a perfect fix. It is a Band-Aid, I admit it, but I think it's better than nothing.
What's next on the horizon, EJ? Look in your crystal ball a little bit after Davos and the rest of it. I think the president is going to drill down on affordability, go across the country. What are you watching either in Congress or in the markets or something? What occupies you right now?
Well, in terms of Congress, unfortunately, we have to keep a real close eye on them, but not because they're doing anything good. You know, we just got to keep a real close eye on the spending that's going on there, and as much as we can, create some pressure to try to get that down. You know, the executive can only do so much when it comes to reducing fraud and waste and reducing headcount in the federal bureaucracy. At some point, you are going to need Congress to do the heavy lifting. So keeping a very close eye on the clowns on the Hill and seeing what they're doing. Also, though, keep continuing to monitor all the good progress being done on the deregulatory front, including from the Small Business Administration. They have been real champions in this administration for getting rid of onerous regulation and just all this nonsense that it's not a matter of keeping the air and the water clean, for example, Dom. It's just nonsense that's creating bureaucratic bloat, that's not saving lives, it's not saving the environment. It's there to create, again, bureaucratic jobs. And getting rid of that and reducing costs has already paid big dividends, and I think it's going to continue to do that. Lastly, keeping a close eye on the latest economic forecast. We just got data literally minutes ago from the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta. They're now calling for 5.4% GDP for the fourth quarter of last year. That would be an absolute blockbuster number if we get that.
It's just, and Trump is getting more sensitive, EJ, yesterday, during that 1 year, 2 hours he did, talking about getting the message out, meaning the PR aspect of this. I think all these things on the macro level are tremendous. It's just convincing Americans, and hopefully the tax refund, the big, beautiful bill, that will do it, that things are turning. I'm hoping they're turned before the midterms.
I agree, Dom, although I will say I want to caution the president here. Don't fall into the same mistake that Biden did. You know, no matter how many times Joe Biden told everybody how great things were and said, don't believe your lying eyes, don't believe your empty wallets, the economy's great, you're doing fine, nobody believed him. That's why the Democrats lost so monumentally in November, losing, as everyone knows, not just the Electoral College, but the popular vote in every single swing state. And a lot of these margins weren't even anywhere near as close as we thought they were going to be in terms of within the individual states. So I would say, Mr. President, it's not just a matter of telling everybody things are great. I think we also have to recognize that we are growing fast, but from a low level. Right? Yes, inflation is down and people's incomes are growing faster than prices now, but again, from a very depressed level. We've seen people's inflation-adjusted weekly paychecks, on average, Dom, rise roughly at 1.5% since Trump took office. That's great. We're moving in the right direction, but also we haven't yet made up for the 4% drop that we had under Biden. So again, both things can be true at the same time. We can say the economy is doing much better today than it was before, and we can also say people are still hurting.
Yeah, I'm absolutely always there, EJ, with you on that. I'm not saying call it a hoax or neglect it or just look at the macro, but I think he's talking too about saying that and then adding, but we realize, you're individual, you may not be seeing it yet, and here are the things you're going to see over the next several months that I think are going to be more tangible.
I think that's eminently fair, Dom. And when you look at what is coming down the pike, I know you've mentioned so many times on your show the big, beautiful bill. And as all of those different provisions kick in and as people start taking advantage of them, that's going to be huge. You've already seen people adjusting their withholdings to start this year because they could have done it last year since the bill was retroactive, but a lot of people just didn't know about it. It's very common at the beginning of the year, people will adjust those withholdings, so you're seeing that happen. Also, as people file their taxes and they get much bigger refunds than anticipated, that's also a clue for a lot of them to change those withholdings to say, okay, I don't need to have as much withheld from my paycheck every week because it just means that the government's going to end up repaying me. Why would I give the government a free loan for a year, essentially? So as that happens, you're not only going to see, again, big refunds in April, some of the biggest ever. Some families, depending on how many people are working, it'll easily be $1,000 or $2,000 more than they would have gotten anyway. But on top of that, it'll be people, again, adjusting those withholdings. That'll increase take-home pay, and that'll mean more consumer spending and faster economic growth.
Absolutely. EJ, where do we follow you on X or Twitter?
The handle there is @RealEJAntoni, and that's going to be the best place to find me.
EJ, thank you. Thanks very much here.
Thank you, Dom.
All right, EJ and Tony here. Big day. Henry's guy when plugged in, Davos. Never been there. Come on. Everybody's got to go there. Yeah, I don't understand why these guys, Roe is even worse than I am. Hating winter, hating the cold. Wouldn't you do it in a tropical thing there on the beach, whatever? Why go to this place? Oh, it's Switzerland. Beautiful. Skiing. Come on.
Yeah, I feel like it has something to do with the money. It's the World Economic Forum, and you think banking,
right.
you think the Swiss.
Well, I would think corrupt banks in Florida are just as good. Yeah, it's got to be.
Probably, yeah.
South Philly has them, too. Come on over here, guys. All right, 855-839-1210. We're coming to your calls. 1:30, we'll hear RFK Jr. fresh off this big event that kicked off today, the Eat Real Food Tour. I wonder how many people are trying to do that already. Or is this just all keeping score with Maha? And we like what's going on here. I'll ask him, too. I think they're going to say, well, we've recommended instead of 72 vaccination points in childhood, only 38 shots. I don't know, in Jersey, it might be more than 72. Okay. And by the way, a lot of fun with where Mikey Sherrill held her ball last night. Oh, my God, in that mall in Newark. It looked like the Lawrence Welk show with people selling pants right next door to where they were holding the ball. Did she really want to do that? Maybe. All right. And how are those electric costs over in Jersey today? She's put a freeze on them for now. We'll explain why that's, of course, scam. 855-839-1210.
Is life insurance on your list of New Year's resolutions? Now is the perfect time to add it. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $500,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
announcing that gold has surpassed $4,600 an ounce last week, and silver is at an all-time high as well. If you need cash to help pay those holiday bills, then you must go to the Estates Roadshow. Gold and silver, old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold and silver are hot. 4 locations this week: Chestnut Hill, Media, St. David's, and Doylestown. Bring your gold, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches, even broken pieces, and get cash on the spot. The prices of gold and silver are at an all-time high, so there's never been a better time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure, just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to the Estates Roadshow, Monday through Friday at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, in Media at the Hampton Inn, St. David's at the Radnor Hotel, and Monday through Thursday at the Doylestown Inn. Get some cash in your hands today to help pay those holiday bills at the Estates Roadshow. For more info, visit estatesroadshow.com.
Ready to redefine your home style? Bucks County Estate Traders offers a breathtaking collection of furniture to suit every taste. From timeless antiques to chic modern designs, discover thousands of meticulously cared for pieces, each one inspected for quality. Explore their ever-changing inventory, featuring styles from classic Victorian to sleek contemporary and charming coastal. And with their expert team often reupholstering finds, you're sure to discover unique treasures ready to make a statement in your home. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Jim Cipriani at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriani, NPN number 2083768.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, there might be some pretty good characters there. I think I've interviewed a couple. We're looking for all-time sidekick in a sitcom. Coming off Dwight Schrute, of course, The Office, arguably top 5, I would say, and they kind of steal the show. Here is, and this woman, this is Cut 10, has been fired. We need to almost daily do a wild white women segment of just the nastiest, wildest things. What is propelling these women forward? This woman is a registered nurse and was the vice president of Home First Choice in Ohio, kind of a home care thing. Chandra Petri, I can't pronounce the last name.
It's a tough name. I'm going to say that's Sharik.
Sharik. They threw like every consonant. I'll take Z's.
Yeah, CZ. It's
together.
a tough one.
About going after Caroline Levitt and what she wishes for her. And she knows she's being taped. She knows she's the VP. She's a nurse, etc. On Twitter, what she wishes, she seems to think she can skate because she doesn't wish ill on the baby per se. She wants to be the baby in some bizarro Rosemary's Baby thing, I think, to be the one that kind of cripples Caroline Levitt. And it's in detail. Here's what she said.
My wish for Caroline Levitt. She is pregnant with a baby girl, and I truly do hope that baby is so healthy. I hope she's healthy and headstrong. So headstrong, in fact, that as she is emerging into this world through Caroline's geriatric tech garage, that she tears her from bow to fucking stern. Grade 4 tear. Like so big that when she gets out of the shower naked and walks across the room, like she accidentally picks up dog toys. Yeah. That's my wish for you, Caroline.
The nature of it. Now, think of this woman's background. Think of how many of these we've been through. What is it that is propelling them? And there's an emptiness, there's a hatred, there is just, would you not think for your own self-preservation? And it's one thing. If you saw Caroline Levitt, you yelled something, or you saw somebody on the right, you yelled something at them. Okay. But this is calculated to sit there and put this out for the world, given your position. Yeah. Is that the Rosemary's Baby thing?
It's the lullaby, yeah.
Yeah. Mia Farrow looks brutal in that. Oh, my God.
Was it the haircut or what? Is it
well, I don't know how Mia Farrow was married, but I don't know which one's worse, by Woody Allen or Frank Sinatra. The Frank Sinatra, Mia Farrow, like what?
Yeah.
That is Woody Allen, maybe, I guess. Then the Bizarro world there with the daughter and the whole thing.
Yeah.
But yeah. The guy who plays the husband, and he's a good actor. Does a great thing on his Deal with the Devil. Really good. And Hutch in Rosemary's Baby, I think, is a great character.
John Cassavetes.
Yeah, John, yeah. And who's Hutch? I've seen him in a lot of things. I'm not sure. Hutch takes
Maurice Evans.
Yeah, Maurice Evans takes one for the team ultimately. They got his glove, and that was enough. That's it. Okay, coming up, we're going to talk with the great Dawn Fantasia, Assemblywoman from Sussex County in New Jersey. Her breakdown yesterday of Mikey Sherrill. Mikey Sherrill going colonial. Trump is King George. Jersey is overthrowing that. The emphasis on Jersey as one of the biggest colonial states. Not so much. And then at 1:30, RFK Jr., a lot to ask him. If you have a question to put in, because we got at least 15 minutes with him, we'll hear it out. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210.
This is Jared from Passarella's Pizzeria and Italian Kitchen in South Jersey. If you're looking for your new favorite meal to order on game day or any day, you have to try Passarella's. We deliver all around Moorestown, Voorhees, and Haddonfield, and it's only possible with our partner, PDQ POS. Their system makes processing orders and managing deliveries as easy as it can be. If you're a business owner looking for a point-of-sale system, contact the experts at PDQ POS. Visit their website at pdqpos.com and tell them Jared sent you.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation, choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
The Start Something New sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, lease a new 2026 Ram 1500 Bighorn for $499 a month for 39 months. Or get 0% financing for 60 months. Or lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Altitude or a 2026 Jeep Wrangler Sport Willys for just $389 a month for 39 months. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at tricountycdjr.com to see more.
Football fans don't just watch the game, they live it. From pregame rituals to postgame celebrations, PNC is proud to be presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and a devoted fan just like you. Fans who show up in full force in every kind of weather, because keeping your finances boring allows you to make exciting memories full of face paint, tailgates, and all the things that make game day. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Gonna dig a hole in your backyard? Call 811. Don't be caught off guard, because PA One Call's got your back to help locate those utilities stat.
Play it safe and do your part so no one in the neighborhood's house goes dark.
But if you don't, and there's an outage, you might have to deal with some screams and shouters, because ain't nothing worse when your toilet won't flush, your lights go out,
or when your pipes bust.
Yeah, your neighbors are gonna love you. Know what's below. Call 811 before you dig. Help us at 50 and 5. More at PA1call.org.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby. It's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job. It's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Okay, it is Dom time. During the governor's race, which was the highlight of the last year as far as intensity, involvement, up and down the line, Dawn Fantasia was a great surrogate for Jack Ciattarelli, and on her own, breaking down exactly Mikey Sherrill and where this goes. And one of the things you're going to be hearing is, well, look, not even first day in. During her inauguration speech, she signed an executive order freezing electricity rates. Is that true? And then months from now, people will get they'll get their bill and they'll say, well, wait a minute, what's frozen about this? What is the scam? What is it she's trying to do? My eye, and I'll let Dawn go where she wants to go, is on the Attorney General in Pennsylvania. They're going to go after anybody in any way, shape, or form that will weaponize that office even more than Murphy did. And in the speech yesterday, comparing Trump to King George and saying ICE are like the British troops, standing army in our cities, and really buffing up. Who knew Jersey seemed to be the number one state when it came to colonial America? I mean, I thought it was Pennsylvania and Virginia. Oh, no, it was Jersey. You know, over there in Newark and places like that, that's where they took on the Redcoats. And they're going to do it again with Mikey Sherrill. All right, let's go to Dawn Fantasia here, Assemblywoman, Sussex County. Hey, Dawn, welcome back. Thanks for joining us. Were you at any of the events yesterday?
No, I was not. I respectfully declined. Declined to attend, yeah.
So, Dawn, let's start. Breakdown, and I think you put it up on Twitter a couple times. Exactly what will she do to pretend like we're getting progress on electricity rates, for example?
All right. So what she rolled out is the first big move, the so-called state of emergency on utility costs.
Right.
You know, the way she sold this yesterday and even during the campaign, you'd think families are finally going to get relief. But when you actually look at what's happening, absolutely nothing is happening. So if you freeze one small piece of a massive electric bill, it doesn't make electricity affordable. The rest of the bill keeps rising. So you have capacity charges, transmission fees, grid modernization, surcharges, renewable compliance, all of that green. None of that's frozen. None of those fees are going away. But here's the joke. Then here come the quote unquote credits. This is the part that people don't realize until you spell it out for them. That money's not coming from the state. It's not coming from Washington or Donald Trump. It's coming from you. We pay two things. The Clean Energy Fund, it's paid for through a mandatory surcharge on your electric bill. And then we have RGGI, that disaster, the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, complete nonsense. And it's paid through higher supply charges. So it's on your bill because power plants are forced to buy carbon allowances, and then they pass that cost on to us, right? So our states, and Mikey Sherrill, we're using RGGI and the Clean Energy Fund to help you. Let me translate that. We're giving you back a pittance of your money that we already took for you for programs that don't work or make the air any cleaner or the water any cleaner. So we're paying more. The state collects the money, and then they give it a little bit back to you and say, here's relief. How does that lower the cost of energy? And freezing bills at the highest point that they've been, this is lunacy, and with big smiles. Isn't this great? No, it's not great. It's horrible.
Yeah,
terrible.
But let's give credit, given the environment we're in with the media and the money she had at the beginning of the campaign, Dawn. She got out from under what should have been the anvil that she had to carry the whole campaign on affordability, and they let her do it. I think in the first month or so she was able to dismiss that, and she just said that blithely every time it came up, that she was going to, on day one, stop this.
Well, of course, but here's the problem. The real problem never gets addressed.
Right.
New Jersey doesn't produce enough reliable power.
Right.
We shut down baseload plants, block new generation. We replaced any modicum of reliability with ideology. So now we have a strained grid, and actually me and Assemblyman Greg Meyer from Ocean County were part of a collaboration between a bunch of different states, Pennsylvania being one of them. And just this past week, we met out in Annapolis for our second meeting. We were in Harrisburg back in the fall about what we can do, because we literally have legislatures and governors that are so out of tune with reality. And when one governor does something ludicrous, it affects the entire grid. And New Jersey and Maryland specifically, we're like leeches on the power grid. And thank God the legislature in Pennsylvania put enough pressure on your governor there, Shapiro, to drop the red dam, right? Because we're all patting ourselves on the back and saying, we're so clean energy, we're so pious. Meanwhile, we're buying energy, from coal and natural gas. And thank God Pennsylvania was able to get a handle on that, because you were going down the same slippery slope we are and Maryland is. It's a disaster.
Did you see it as unexpected, saying it seemed to be Jersey was the number one state in colonial times, and that's why we're going to fight and not take it anymore. Pennsylvania, Virginia, no, it was Jersey that did it. All this under the name, pivoting to Trump as a king and Trump derangement syndrome. That's what it's like, and that's what the midterms are going to be about. But was there anything else that caught your eye? Well, I know. What is up with not swearing in on the Bible? At least one hand on the Bible. If you want to put it on this other cockamamie book, okay. But no hand on the Bible.
I don't know what her religious leanings are or how that works. I think it's very performative to, swear in. We had a new assembly member swear in on a stack of the voter rolls. Now this one's swearing in on the Declaration of Independence. I mean, it's all performative garbage. But, I was not at the speech live, but of course I listened to it. And, when I was listening, I kept waiting for that moment where she was going to stop campaigning and start acting like a governor. And it never came. It felt like she was still running for office and energizing the Democrats instead of standing there as the governor of New Jersey talking to families who are really, under the wire right now. And all it was symbolism, like you said, right? History, sweeping references, the American dream, what it means to be a nation, all these different things. And then it segues. Constant references to Trump and Washington. And I just kept thinking, why are you talking about him? People aren't sitting at their kitchen table saying, Donald Trump. No, they're getting their electric bill, their property tax, their grocery bill, whether they can afford to stay in the state. And instead of talking about that, if she wanted to stay in Washington, she should have stayed in Washington. She's in New Jersey. And what made it impossible to ignore was how warm she praised Murphy. thanking him. Oh, his leadership framed the last 8 years like it was something to build on. Insane.
But my political ear was what they're going for, and it's a caution to Trump, who I think is going to pivot now. We're not going into Greenland, no force. You notice in there talking about the Jersey people are not waking up every day at their kitchen table and wondered about Greenland. They want to know about affordability. So if they can throw this off on Trump, he's not paying attention, Dawn, they can continue to jack up costs.
My God, I don't know what it's going to take for New Jersey to figure it out. But what New Jersey experienced over the past 8 years, higher taxes, higher energy costs, more regulation,
Right.
fewer choices, businesses closing, right? And you can't, she sat there and praised the actual people responsible who drove us into the mess. And now I'm here to fix it. And Donald Trump. It was so unbelievable. And that's why this speech and her governorship, you try to be optimistic going in, you try to not prejudge, but this is just a continuation. It was a message to the political class that the narrative is going to be protected, all the alliances are going to be the same. The only thing that's going to change is now we have a pretty face that's delivering it. That's it. That's the only change.
Well, I got to say, my changes, Dawn, when we spoke throughout the campaign, I wasn't like Matt Rooney or Rich. Didn't get the juices going for me. I mean, the ideology and the policy got me going. She's tepid, but you know what? Starting to wear on me now. There's a whininess. There's a whole thing here. But you were the best because you combined the passion without, personally going after her. I mean, I know it's a line here, but I don't sense that that's what sets you off. And what sets us off is, and what I'm hoping the issue is, Dawn, that wakes people up, is the issue of developers, which are in the game, coming into their communities for this phony affordable housing.
Well, we got dealt a hard blow just yesterday, I believe, where the lawsuit with the 27 municipalities, lost that because there is no relief offered at the federal level for this. So procedurally, this is all incorrect. And again, putting her in that seat, 10 of those 27 towns put her in that seat and were towns that voted overwhelmingly for Mikey Sherrill. And here they are suing. Like, do they even know who they're voting for? And again, to get to your other point, it's never personal. And I say this, too, when we talk about, to other legislators or whatnot. It's not about the person. It's about the ludicrous policy you're putting forward. There's no reason for me to get personal or, talk about the governor specifically as a human or these legislators as a human. Not at all. It really is stop putting forth bad policy. And they get very upset with us who are more outspoken, myself and some of my colleagues. And you know what my answer is to that? You don't want me to be critical. Stop passing stupid bills. Why don't we start there? And then you'll never have to listen to me again. Stop passing stupid things.
You took away a bit of optimism there, though. I forgot about that. The 27 states, the 27 cities, count, whatever, they voted for.
Yeah.
I've been playfully going after Medford and Medford Lakes here locally because they had this really heated meeting. They're going to have to build 800 houses there for 174 affordable ones, and all that went with that. And suddenly, Dawn, they went nuts right before the election, and yet they still, both towns went for her. What in the world? You don't see that. Maybe on any other issue, Jack Cettarelli, low taxes, and going to fight this development thing. She's going to enable it. She'll be cutting ribbons. What does it take? It just hasn't happened yet enough?
I don't know if that's the case. I think people are in real pain and they're really suffering. And I think it's all about messaging and narrative and deflection and distraction. I mean, look at back in the day, and Matt Rooney talked about this because he was privy to it as well. When the energy crisis was really hitting the fan, as the election was heating up, the Democrats had a leaked memo where they said, oh, boy, we got to get a handle on this. We need to flip this narrative. Like, let's blame the Republicans. How the hell do you blame the Republicans in the minority, right. For creating this debacle that was happening? But they were scrambling. You had to see the bobbing and the weaving and the nonsense and the fact that a Democrat in New Jersey actually ran on affordability. And, my district mate, Mike Ganamort, aptly pointed out, she spoke, thousands of words yesterday, and the word tax didn't come out of her mouth once. I wonder why. Surprise.
Parting,
So,
Dawn, parting for you, I'm going to get into this. There's a piece here, look, over in Camden, New Jersey. I know it's far for you, but probably on your radar screen. They have gone from worst, I don't know first, but I got to give them credit. It does seem to be much safer. But the cost is a lot of surveillance. And the article here that I'm going to get into later, Dawn, calls Jersey the surveillance state. You know, drones and a bunch of other things. Is that talked about in the legislature? I mean, rather than enforcing the laws, having penalties that are going to be a deterrent, they're relying on just calling it the surveillance state. Is there anything that comes up around that? Your thoughts?
In relation to crime, you're talking about directly?
Yeah, yep.
Okay. Well, actually, no, I haven't heard a peep about that whatsoever from a legislative standpoint. That hasn't hit us yet. However, this is another, distraction. If we can keep talking about ICE and painting ICE in a negative light and trying to put up roadblocks against ICE and ignoring, the man who is awaiting trial for hurling rocks and fractures an 8-year-old, third grade little girl's head on a bus, and if we can ignore that and just talk about, how evil, quote unquote, ICE is and how we need to thwart them, nobody's paying attention to, surveillance or anything like that. Like, there's a real divide here in the state where the Democrats are not the party of law and order. The Republicans are the party of law and order. And, meanwhile, you have, creep of surveillance or whatnot. And again, that's really a Democrat initiative.
Yes.
That's happening there. Now, I'm not placing a value judgment on that either way, because living in one of those cities that's riddled with crime when you're trying to raise a family, and I can't even imagine the horror that actually would be day to day, because I don't currently live in Camden. But what I can say is they talk out both sides of their mouth. They claim to be the party of law and order and want to bring down crime in cities, yet they try to restrict concealed carry, making everything a sensitive place so we can't protect ourselves. And then they demonize ICE. So, you kind of can't have it both ways. Republicans are pretty clear. We are the party of law and order. We want to crack down on crime. We support our police. We support our law enforcement. We support our prosecutors. I think the other side needs to start acting like it and get some type of unified message to protect New Jerseyans. That's not happening.
Absolutely. Dawn, thank you so much. I know how busy you've been. Where do we find you on X or Twitter?
On X, you can find me at DawnFantasia_NJ. And then on Facebook, you can search up Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia.
Dawn, thank you. Stay well. Thanks, Dawn.
Thank you. Thanks, Tom.
All right, Dawn Fantasia here. We still haven't met in person. Got to get out to the hall down to Mulligan's and all, but we got to do that. All right, just about 15 minutes away from a guy whose legacy, look, nobody's legacy is going to be bigger than Trump, but this guy already has a legacy bigger than any cabinet official that I remember over the last 20, 30, 40 years. RFK Jr. will be here at 1:30. We'll take more of your calls coming up. 855-839-1210.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Dawn Stensland here. Oh, the excitement is building. Portugal and Spain this spring. I wouldn't go anywhere across the pond unless Conservative Tours was running the show for you. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And after the last 2 adventures in Europe with you, I wouldn't recommend you to anybody else. Fine dining with great wines, seaside villages that take your breath away. They are so stunning to behold. 5738, yes, that includes your nonstop flight from Philadelphia to Lisbon. The picturesque Douro River Valley, 4-star hotel properties, and dining events to rival the best in Europe for 10 days. Portugal is Europe's best-kept secret. I want to take you there before the secret's out. Private Portuguese tour escort? Step over the border into Galicia in Old World Spain. Fly home from Porto. 888-733-9494. ConservativeTours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
Free speech lives here. With Rich Zioli. Weeknights at 6. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Big issues, big guest. Chaos, Josh Shapiro says. Yeah, Henry, we were talking, getting some tea and coffee and all that during the break. Yeah, nerves would be there, but Josh Shapiro would be like Rocky, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Remember what they do with Creed? They do the breathing and then they pop in the gloves and the thing. And that, yeah, that's what it'd be like. So I don't think Josh Shapiro will ever come on again. He's got a book to sell, though. Who knows? Can you imagine? He can play basketball, too. He's got a heck of a jump shot. He's not getting it off. He's going to have to drive to the basket. Not for charity. All right. Side question today. That all-time great second banana sidekick, maybe even dwarfed, who is supposedly the star of a sitcom. Tomorrow we have to do that. Is it Jim Bob or Joe Bob? Jim Bob?
Jim Bob Cooter.
Jim Bob Cooter. I mean, everybody else is turning down. He's my odds on. Look, I don't care about the Eagles offense. I just want to see Jim Bob Cooter press conferences in Philadelphia. Oh, my God. Does he have a Southern accent? Do we have any?
Yeah. You know what? I don't know. I have to look into it.
Tomorrow we'll do that. We'll be looking for something Southern. All right? Dan in Richboro, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Dan.
Hi, Dom. Thank you for taking my call.
You're welcome.
I think the most important question, the most important thing I'd have to ask you to ask, because RFK is coming up in 12 minutes, is ask him to explain to you the Danish government, what they did with vaccinations in Africa when vaccinations were before 6 months, what the rate of injury was versus after the baby was 6 months old. It's unbelievable. It will definitely change your mind.
Okay, so you support it?
Yes, because the babies were. There's 30 years worth of data. Just reference 30 years worth of data that he will tell you what that data said. If you vaccinated a baby before this period, I think it was before 5 months, they have a life expectancy of X, and if you did it after 6 months old, it was a life expectancy of X plus 20 years. It was really crazy.
Well, it's on my list, and you raised something, too, that maybe throws it off a little bit. Denmark's not like us, but I get what you're saying. The other part of this is they're afraid, is the argument on the other side, Dan, if you don't do it when you have the mom and everything, in the clutches, then it's not going to get done. And I was going to ask him that. What's the safeguard on that? Or do we throw it up in the air and say, well, it's kind of parental rights to do or not to do some of this stuff?
Yeah, I don't know, but he just cites 30 years worth of a study that's phenomenal.
Well, I'm looking, you know why? Because that's the type of thing that might get him pretty fired up. So I will put it on the list after we get into saturated fats. Come on now.
And can I go to Mikey Sherrill for 30 seconds?
Sure.
I personally believe, as a man, and I think that you're a man also, we might differ on what the definition of it is. I think we both know. But the American dream is being able to provide a house for my wife and my children. And that dream, the home, buying a home, is part ownership in this thing we call America.
Right.
So that is like my quintessential right, with exception to being able to have free speech. Owning my own plot of land is my number one priority for my family.
I would agree with that.
For Mikey
yes.
For Mikey Sherrill and affordability, have her go to Davos, have her go to the private investment firms, and stop using their real estate investment trusts that get better tax breaks, and stop the affordability in buying my piece of property, buy the malls, and put an 800-unit place in the mall that's now debunked.
She's talking about the malls. We'll see. She's on my list for 2026, Dan. I'm going to give Henry tomorrow my top 10 list, and then we're going to see, are these too much to ask?
The real estate investment trust have a tax advantage over you and I and our children and everybody listening to buy real estate.
Exactly.
So one of my favorite sidekicks, and I really was difficult to get through the episode one of the guy's name's Coach Beard, Ted Lasso. But the best thing about Ted Lasso, and Sean actually agreed with me, every time you watched it, you felt better than when you began watching.
Oh, absolutely.
It was a total pick-me-up show. My favorite sidekick is Coach Beard.
All right, gotcha. Dan is really coming on as one of the callers of the year here. I think he's threatening some of the top dogs here. The thing I like about it, and I know it strikes fear in the heart, you couldn't do that. If you're in last place, what happens? You don't get the number one draft pick. You get kicked out.
Relegated.
Well, that's the word they use. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
Don't be relegated.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine what that last game of the year would be like in the NFL. Oh my God!
The urgency that the teams play with. I mean, because those top four spots, they go to the Champions League. Those bottom three, it's like, we gotta beat the crap out of each other real quick because we need to stay here.
Imagine, particularly to your point, the guy that owns Pittsburgh. Hey, buddy, no more free ride. You're going to spend your money or you're out.
Go get relegated for the Modesto Nuts or the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs. Like, come on, dude. Try a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Colorado.
I think, look, I know it could be dangerous, but I think it'd be refreshing. All right, coming up. Secretary Kennedy will be with us. Thanks for that question from Dan. Henry may chip in with one. I'll keep the text thing. They're already ringing the bell here, almost as much with Danny Seisler as last week. 855-839-1210. You get in.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
It's amazing. The people that have the ability to take these people in are the last to do so. You ever notice that?
Yes.
How wild that is?
Mm-hmm.
Always. Kamala and Doug, they just bought an $8 million Malibu mansion. Let me ask you something. How does an unemployed politician and a lawyer that does not make seven figures afford an $8 million second home? You never notice this, too? Whether it's Martha's Vineyard, Malibu, or in Hawaii, all the Democrat elitists that pitch climate change and the fear of coastal flooding, they all buy beachfront property.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Trust and Will. My dad and I were always close, but some things we just didn't talk about, like his will. After he was gone, we found out he didn't have one, and it created a lot of stress during a time of grief.
Creating a will can be hard to think about, but avoiding it can lead to greater difficulty for the people you love. That's why Trust and Will makes estate planning simple. Create a will online in as little as 30 minutes.
Now, I have a will in place to make sure my loved ones are protected. With Trust and Will, it was easy and affordable, and I got peace of mind knowing my wishes are clear. Trust and Will.
Get 20% off when you visit trustandwill.com/plan. That's trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. Trustandwill.com/PLAN.
Joe Conklin hosts comedy nights at Parks Casino every month in 360 Lounge. For full schedule, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
Dom Giordano Show, moments away from talking with Secretary RFK Jr. And my, if you hear dings during this, it's not as bad as with the cops when we had Danny Seisler here, but Mike Opelka, I'm sitting in here in Wegmans here in 202. Bring some chocolate chips back, Mike. And I don't want to go inside. I don't want to miss a moment of RFK Jr. That's what we try to do. We're all in this together. You're actually going to hear from the guy. One listener wanted to know about Roundup and cancer. Yeah, I'd stay away from that. Don't be doing Roundup. Edge it out of there. Do something. Okay, but and I will ask what Dan brought up. Why the Danes? Why are we going to Denmark? We're trying to get Greenland off them, but we're also doing their vaccine schedule, their vaccination schedule for childhood, for kids. So he'll be here momentarily. Big rally in Harrisburg at the Capitol. It is the start of the Eat Real Food rally and press conference. Could have gone a little bit long, but I know he'll be traveling and on the phone with us. I guess unless Trump calls him, it won't be interrupted, you know. They gave us a half hour, but I know it gets chipped away by, you know, there's 1 million people. This guy is having as big of an impact, other than a president, of anybody that we've seen, and I think might run in 2028. I don't think that's an outside possibility at all. All right, I see the ringing bells in the producer's lounge there is scrambling. They're putting down their beers, and they're ready to go here with the Dom Giordano Show. And again, I've tried to take as many questions as I've gotten from you and go with some of them, work some of them in around RFK Jr. Again, the number one thing is this Eat Real Food tour at the moment. And that's where the most impact has happened and the most stuff that we can reliably say for the first year has been remarkably effective. Without further ado, big issues, big guests. Let's go to the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. Secretary, welcome back to Philadelphia. Thanks for joining us today.
Dom, thank you for having me.
Well, you and I have talked at least 8 to 10 times over the years. Once we did an environmental conference at Holy Family College with you.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah. Yes, we both have come many miles. So I see you gave some bullet points today. For you personally, hearing it from you, if you had to take away one thing in this first year, which has been chock full of reform, what's the thing that makes it worth it, what you've gone through to get to here, 20, 30 years of talking about these things? What's the number one thing that's accomplished?
Well, I mean, I think one of the big accomplishments we had this year that was most challenging but most successful was the reduction on drug prices. The last 30 years, we've been paying for the same drug made in the same factory in New Jersey. We pay 5, 10, up to 13 times what they pay in Europe for that drug. And every president, Biden, Bush, Obama, and Clinton have all said, we're going to fix this discrepancy. Nobody's been able to do it. We fixed it this year. We now have agreements with the top 16 drug companies and the nations of Europe that we are going to pay the lowest prices in the world. It's going to dramatically bring down drug pricing in this country. And I think that is a pocketbook affordability issue that everybody in this country is going to benefit from. Another great accomplishment was the food pyramid and the dietary guidelines. For 50 years, the dietary guidelines have been based not on good science, not on public health, but on serving the mercantile interest of the ultra-processed food companies that had captured FDA. So they were telling us to eat refined carbohydrates, ultra-processed foods, sugars and salts that have made us the sickest generation in history and the sickest people in the world. We have the highest chronic disease burden of any country in the world. 40 cents now on every taxpayer dollar goes to treating diet-related chronic disease. And we've now flipped the food pyramid. We're telling people to eat real food. Americans should be eating protein, meats, dairy, milk, cheeses, vegetables and fruits and high-fiber grain. And that is going to drive a cultural change in American food because it's going to change what's served in school lunches. It's going to change what's served in prison, in the military, in the VA hospitals, on Head Start, the WICS program, food stamps, SNAP program, and the Indian tribes. And it is going to drive good food back into the marketplace so that it's available and affordable for every American.
Now, I'm a pescatarian, pretty much a vegetarian, and I'm on board with you. I get the protein part of it. I get a lot of the stuff you had to go through to get this done. But tell me why I feel I got a little bit of fighting back too much from the saturated fats. What am I missing? That seems to be a real focal point. In other words, the saturated fat idea had gotten a bad name, and you think it shouldn't be that way.
Yeah, I mean, well, protein, we made a war on protein for the past 40 years. And the war was driven not by real science, but by politicized science and by entrenched interests, particularly the ultra-processed food manufacturers who were trying to move us away from healthy food to the foods that benefited their bottom line. And they got a hold of some of the big health organizations, including in the past, the American Heart Association, which has now come around. And we recognize that we need to end the war on proteins and saturated fat, which was not science-based, and we need to get Americans to be eating more protein.
Is there a diet in the world that resembles what you and your people have come up with, flipping the pyramid? Is there a place in the world you looked at as a model? Because I know we're modeled for childhood vaccine, which we'll get to after Denmark, what they're doing. Is there a place that does this? Mediterranean diet, is it like that?
The Mediterranean diet is great. I'm on a carnivore diet myself, which has had, for me, extraordinary health benefits. But yeah, I mean, we're not telling people what to eat. We're giving them a range of foods, and everybody is different. Everybody has different needs, and you can't just tell everybody to eat the same thing. But we're giving them a range of foods, and telling them, generally speaking, eat real food. And don't eat the sugar. Added sugars are always bad for you. They're never good for you. And stay away from refined carbohydrates, stay away from ultra-processed food, and try to eat, whatever you're comfortable with, but make sure it's real. If it comes in a package and it looks like it belongs in the package, don't open the package, because there's nothing good that's going to come from it.
We're talking with Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I'm glad to see you on here, and I'm very friendly with Dr. Oz, and I know he's talked about it a little bit. There's not recommendations on alcohol consumption. I'm a red wine guy. I kid myself against the health benefits of that. Why are you taking it easier on things like wine in this recommendation?
Well, there's no real recommendation. Those are personal choices. Everybody knows that you should reduce the amount of drinking. Some people can drink, and it's a social benefit to them. It's a social lubricant. Other people, like myself, should never have any kind of drink. And so having a one-size-fit-all cookie-cutter recommendation for everybody is not a good idea. People... And by the way, you put an alcohol level in the dietary guidelines. How many Americans are going to pay attention to that? How many kids who are drinking on a Saturday night at a party are saying, well, wait a minute, I shouldn't have 6 beers because the dietary guidelines told me not to. So it was kind of ridiculous, and it discredits the whole thing. It's really personalized, and, I think everybody knows you should limit alcohol use. We don't need to tell you that.
Secretary, you should know this, and you probably hear from a lot of people. I tell you in talk radio, though, the stuff that you're doing, and Dr. Marty is a friend of the show, has been on, the stuff that you guys are doing is the talk of talk radio. Many times it gets even bigger than just the news of the day, Greenland or whatever. This is the stuff that people really care about, and they recognize and really pay attention to the details of what you're talking about. So I had a caller today that said, make sure you ask the secretary this. Why the Denmark? Why the approach of the Danes when it comes to childhood vaccination? You know the criticism, different country, not diverse. Why is that the model or the template we're using?
Really, the model was the consensus model for all the European countries. So, and the Danes embody that the best. They basically are requiring the vaccines that are required everywhere, recommending the vaccines that are recommended everywhere else. Some of them have additions, some of them have subtractions, so it wasn't necessarily Denmark. But Denmark also has one of the best data collection systems. So a lot of the American schedule is based upon Danish studies. And Denmark, you can look at infectious disease rates. The rate, they have no hepatitis B vaccine in Denmark. It's hard to even get it over there for babies. So, and yet they have the same rate of hepatitis B infections as we do in our country. And what we're trying to do is minimize the risks and also encourage people to trust the vaccine schedule. And what the Danes and the other Europeans have found is that the more vaccines that you add, the less people are willing to comply. And so you lose people who should be complying with the vaccines that we consider necessary and advisable.
Secretary, now that you were in Harrisburg today, and I have sparred with this guy many, many times over the years, but I think, one of the leading Democrat candidates in 2028. Josh Shapiro, of course, hit you with his favorite word. He uses it with the president, but used it today on your conference there. Chaos. That you are provoking chaos here by some of these reforms that are widely applauded and accepted. What's your response to the chaos charge?
I mean, I've gotten more done as HH secretary in a single year, and I think everybody recognizes this.
Exactly.
And any HHS secretary in history, and I don't know what Governor Shapiro is complaining about, that I've gotten rid of food dyes in our food and our children's food. I'm reforming baby formula so people to get the contaminants, the cadmium, the mercury, the lead out of baby formula and make sure that the nutrients actually reflect science, modern science, not 30-year-old science. We've gotten the food pyramid so people are going to be eating real food. We're fixing the SNAP program so SNAP isn't paying for soda drinks for a population that then goes, 78% of them go on Medicaid, and we pay for their diabetes treatments. I really don't understand. These are all issues that were Democratic issues before I got in there. And now suddenly the Democrats are taking the side of the processed food companies instead of public health. And it makes no sense to me, but I think it's part of the whole Trump derangement syndrome. If Trump likes it, we got to hate it, and it's not good for our country, and it's not good for our children, and there are no such thing as Democratic children or Republican children. We all need to be concerned with children's health.
Now, mentioning the president, again, you referenced Dr. Oz. A couple of fun things here. Dr. Oz feels that the president has more testosterone than most or 99% of 70-year-olds.
Yeah, he told me that he had the highest testosterone levels he's ever seen in somebody over 70. The president does have tremendous energy, like nothing I've ever seen. I have a lot of energy, but he wears me down. He doesn't seem to ever sleep, and he has an idea a minute, and he has an extraordinary constitution, so he doesn't eat well. He eats a lot of crappy food, but somehow he's got the constitution of a deity. I don't know what it is, but he can eat all this stuff.
That's a very Kennedy phrasing, if I might add. That sounds like legit. That's the language when you said that, the deity. Yeah, that's the type of thing I would expect. Your own workout regimen, I wanted to ask you because we were intrigued. My producer and I are trying to do one pull-up. I don't know how many you got credit for with Duffy, who won there. But what's your advice on that? And what do you do? How much weightlifting? What do you do every day? How do you do that with all that you're doing?
I lift every day. Once you get past, I think, 60, 65, you start to lose a lot of muscle mass, but you can keep it on. You can counter that by eating a lot of protein and by working out every day, but you have to lift. As we keep your bones healthy, it's what keeps your circulatory system healthy, and it's what builds muscle mass. And, I have 7 kids that I got to keep up with, and I do all sports. I ski with them. I play football. I do windsurfing and everything else with my kids. I want to keep up with them, and I want to watch them grow up. And I can do that because I spend a little bit of time every day making sure that my body is not declining.
We're talking with Secretary Kennedy, one of the most serious areas, and wanted to hear from the guy himself, from you, identified with. Of course, I'm a former teacher. I had a master's in special ed, so I've seen autism. I've seen various forms of it. Where are we now with this? How well received is this? Are the Autism Societies on board with you? Is there contention? And give us a sense of where we go next with what you're looking at.
Well, it's a controversial issue. We know this. In 1970, the biggest epidemiological study in history was done, and the autism rates then were 0.7 in 10,000. So less than 1 in every 10,000 kids. Today, they're 1 in 31. And the question that nobody can answer is, why is this happening? And those scientific studies, because of regulatory malpractice, have never been done. So for the first time in history of President Trump's orders, we are identifying the environmental cause of the autism epidemic, and we're looking at everything. We're going in without any predisposition, and we're going to follow the science.
Well, I'm in the camp that thinks is some of this, and hearing it from you would mean a lot. If you dismiss me on this, then I take it, and I'll come back the next time we talk with a better argument. Isn't some of it we've done a better job of identifying? We've lengthened the spectrum. It's appalling, the numbers. There's got to be something more than that. But in your mind, does that contribute to that 1 in 31 number?
It contributes a very, very small amount. And there are a number of really big peer-reviewed studies that say, no, this epidemic is real. But you don't even need the scientific study. You just need to look at adults. So people born before 1989, the autism rates are still what historical rates. In my generation, 70-year-old men, it's still 1 in 10,000. And in my children's generation, it's 1 in 31. So if it were really better diagnoses, you would see it in older people, not just young people. And we're only seeing it in the kids born after 89.
Do you feel confident, Secretary, over the next year we might see another area because of the research? I know it's around the clock going on in this. In other words, we talked about Tylenol already. But is there something else on the horizon that might be coming up that's going to be in the public focus?
Yeah, I think, there's pretty good science on Tylenol right now, particularly in the perinatal period. So the worst time to give Tylenol is immediately before the birth of the child or within the month after the birth of the child. And there's very, very strong science on that. And, but, the autism, like all of these chronic diseases, is more multifactorial in its etiology. So there's going to be not just one answer. There's going to be many. And it's, it all has to do with the stress that we're putting on our mitochondria, our metabolic health. Our kids are swimming around in a toxic soup right now. It's coming to them from food and pharmaceuticals, from the air, water, everything else. And we are going to identify, we're going to be able to identify the principal causes. But there's not going to be one answer. There may be some real villains, and I think Tylenol is one of those. But we're not going to come out with one single answer. It's going to be multifactorial.
Secretary, thanks for so generous of the time. Good luck with the Eat Real Food tour that's going on. Where will we see you next on that? Is this going to be nationwide?
I'm going right now across the country. So I'm in Harrisburg today. I'll be all over Pennsylvania, and then we start on a real tour. A lot of work, but we want to get the word out.
All right, so
thank you, Don.
I got to ask you though one question. So if you come here, we talked about saturated fats and all. If you come to Philadelphia and do it here, because this city, you can imagine, is the cheesesteak okay in the pyramid, or is that way out of bounds?
I'm going to continue eating cheesesteak, although I may do it without the bun.
All right. Secretary, thank you so much. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
All right. There's Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Would you take that as a non-committal answer on the cheesesteak or a rousing cheesesteak endorsement?
It was a cheesesteak endorsement for sure. I don't know about, subbing the bun out. But.
Yeah, right. That's right. We're just going to be eating the cheesesteak. All right. You heard a little bit of the workout stuff with him, too. All right. Boy, I worked out yesterday. Do I have to go again today? Come on.
Sound like Trump when you say that.
Yeah. 855-839-1210. Give me your reaction to RFK Jr. here. 855-839-1210. We'll get Henry and we'll get Sean's. I hope we got into the questions. And with autism, I just try to throw the ball out there and let him go where he was with it to kind of give you a preview. You heard his argument about Denmark. I'm still in the camp. And look, he does this every day. It seems to me logical, though, the 1 in 31, some of it's coming that we're better looking at autism, put more people on the spectrum, more at the low end, that kind of stuff. But yes, there are definitely other elements that are out there. There have to be. What are they? All right, we'll get your response. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I don't think most of these people, whether they're left or right, are aware that the average common person does not really care what you have to say, because for decades, you haven't had to live like the average common person. Rosie O'Donnell, you're not worried about the gas prices. The biggest hypocrisy of it all, or maybe the saddest joke of it, is the people that actually said they needed to leave America because of Donald Trump. Yet they're either coming back or they can't stop talking about him from another country when they leave. They can't quit it. It's worse than nicotine.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. I only talk about companies I actually use in my own home, of course. And Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding is one of them and has been for many years now. If you've been thinking about maybe replacing your entry door or patio doors, January is a great time to start the planning. Spring will be here before you know it, and it's the perfect season to be enjoying an upgrade like that. What I love about Chapman is just how hands-on they are. From design to installation, they walk you through every single step. Everything's up front and in writing, and the craftsmanship really shows, especially with doors. The difference in curb appeal, security, energy efficiency is immediate. And right now, my friends at Chapman are offering 10% off, which makes now a smart time to start that conversation. So if new doors are on your list this year, my advice is simple. Visit ChapmanWindows.com. That's ChapmanWindows.com. Learn more about my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
New year, healthier goals. So what's for dinner tonight? Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins, of course, pre-seasoned, packed with protein, and oven ready in about 35 minutes. Hatfield makes fresh starts easy, even on busy nights, and with family favorite flavors like savory brown sugar, Texas smokehouse, Tuscan herb, and honey garlic teriyaki. Everyone gets a dinner they love. For recipes and where to buy, visit simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. All your roles, fill them sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, big issues, big guest. Love to get your reaction. RFK Jr. Some of the personal stuff, some of the stuff on autism, I saved that toward the end. The Danes and vaccine, you heard his rationale for that. Robert in Ben Salem, Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Robert.
Hey, Dom Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today. Dom, that interview with RFK, who you have common ground with, was just as good and consistent as the interview with Cecler, who you don't have a lot of common ground with. So kudos on both interviews.
Well, thank you.
If I could, I wanted to touch on what E.J. Antoni touched on and the prior caller, Dan, when it came to affordability of homes. And as we all say, we're all free market capitalists. I am also a big Second Amendment enthusiast, but I'm not going to give an AK to a toddler. I also believe in being able to eat what you want, but it's a good idea to have someone like RFK give you some inside information on what you should be doing with it. And it's the same way with capitalism, okay? The way it's structured now with investment firms being able to buy single-family housing units, and it's you believe in capitalism, but if it's hurting society, you might want to do a double take and look at it again, because they crowd out ordinary home buyers because they can pay cash and they can waive inspection and contingency fees. They drive up home prices by increasing demand but not supply, and the sellers will raise their prices as a result. They push rents higher. They use algorithms and pricing tools to maximize their rents, and they benefit from tax and financial issues that we don't, with depreciation and 1031 exchanges. I'm trying to be quick. It extracts wealth from the communities, and it kills home equity, which is the goal for the American dream. And housing isn't a typical commodity because it's needed for survival, and supply is slow to adjust to market demand. And the systemic risk is borne by taxpayers and renters, with the investors getting all the upside. So what I'm thinking is that we need to do something strictly pertaining to single. Now, I'm not talking about apartment complexes or investment properties. I'm talking about single. If we could do something cut out for that, just to promote the equally important ideal of home ownership in America, I think is something we should look at least. You know what I mean?
That was so beautifully put. Exactly. And E.J. Antoni says the same thing. He'd be one of the guys to do this. And we're not disturbing the markets, but you're right. Is there anything that's pure capitalism there? All the benefits, they're exerting all those benefits, and the single family, they have no shot in any of that.
And before I get to the side answer, I just wanted to give kudos and credit to my friend Gary from Newtown, because he put together a lot of that information, and me and him went over it together. And I just thought it was a really good argument. Hope to hear from him again soon. But at any rate, for my side question, I'm going to stay with The Office. And it might not be a winner or an all-timer, but I was fascinated by this guy. And his name was Creed Bratton on The Office. Yes. Now, that was his real – he was born William Charles Schneider, but he changed it to Creed Bratton later on when he was playing in the group oh, my goodness, what was the name of that group he played for? He played for a rock group in the 60s. Dom, come on, help me out here.
I don't know it. I know they put it in
the Grassroots.
Oh.
The Grassroots. That's right.
Okay.
That's right. Grassroots. Yeah. But he played himself, and he was such a quirky character. Like, when he thought the company was going young, he took the ink out of the printer to make his hair black. When they had that blood drive, at the end of the show, he's coming out in a trench coat with little IV tubes hanging out the bottom. You always wondered what this guy was up to, and he was such a quirky character. He really stood out for me. And I'll leave it there, and I really appreciate the time. Great show as always, Dom.
Thank you, Robert. You know, quirky, Henry, is a word, not mentally ill, but quirky. Like, who's quirky? We got to work it up on the side, because I believe being a talk radio host, you got to be quirky.
Oh, at least
as we
a little
know.
bit, yeah.
You know most of us, and there you go. Producers, producers can be quirky.
Quirky
too.
should be like the top thing on a radio host resume.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, very quirky. Bloviator.
Well, of course, the bloviation. Yeah. If you can't just sit there and bloviate for 4 hours, come on now. All right, give me your reaction to RFK Jr. 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. That, Dom's Money Melody, for a great prize coming up.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Announcing that gold is now around a record-breaking $4,600 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They are paying top dollar this Monday through Friday at TMT Cash for Gold in Cherry Hill. For more info, go to tmtcashforgold.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Call a giant HVAC company and they'll screw you. This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick of HVAC companies coming to your house and finding 3 bogus repairs? They are lying. My grandfather started Marvin E. Cans 72 years ago and treated his customers like family. 72 years later, we're still doing the same. To schedule your winter service so you are not out in the cold, contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. That's MarvinEKanze.com.
When it comes to taking care of your car, trust matters. And that's why so many drivers choose United Tire and Service. Every United Tire location is owner-operated, with owners who have real automotive backgrounds and stand behind the work they do. People are keeping their cars longer than ever, and reliability matters when you're driving your family around. United Tire doesn't just fix what's wrong, they help you plan ahead so you're never caught off guard. Right now, they're offering a free vehicle safety check to catch small issues early. Don't drive alone, drive United.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. You just heard RFK Jr. It'll be available, of course, on podcast and all over the place. And I thought, to be honest, to the vocal problems and all that, there'd be a little difficult. That was a very clear line, and he was traveling in a car. So we're very grateful for that. Would like to get him here in person in town as his tour continues. We'll let you know about that. That's what I'm working on. 855-839-1210. You get in. And particularly, you could see the legacy here already on food. Then the question on vaccine. And then the question sort of related on autism. I still maintain commonsensically that some of this is due to the change with the spectrum. He says that's very minor. Got to concede there are other areas here with autism that are problematic, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more. The Tylenol thing, though, with women in pregnancy was a very delicate. I'm not sure how that was rolled out, that was the right way to go. But you could tell there was a pause. I could hear it in him that this is really sensitive area when we got to autism. On the others, he was flying through all the stuff that he knows and all the stuff he's been doing. There was a little bit of a slowdown on that because this is very, very sensitive subject. Of course, Governor Shapiro, you're going to hear him again and again and again. This is a guy who got nothing done for how long? No budget, and he's not going to get it on time. What does he brilliantly, for him, choreographed what they did on 95 after the blow-up. I'll give credit for that. How long do you get to live off that, though? He immediately comes out swinging and saying that RFK Jr. is one of the biggest purveyors of chaos because of what he's doing here. Is that what you heard? And there are areas where, I don't fully agree. The food pyramid, the saturated fat stuff, and meats. You heard the cheesesteak response. Get rid of the roll or the bun. Okay. And the workout and the pull-up and the whole thing. So phone lines are 855-839-1210. The big story today, Trump saying, no, we're not going to move into any position by force in Greenland. That has, I think, centered people very well, at least the markets, that's going on. And what we're seeing come up for Democrats, it's going to be interesting. And their base, I think, is going to get on them big time if they don't. We're going to see there's the funding bill going through for the Department of Homeland Security. ICE in there, though. What are they going to do? Are they going to try to come up with defunding that? All their strategists are saying, whoa, whoa, whoa. We tried this defunding the police. It was a political disaster. Just that phraseology. So what I think they've settled on today on this vote, which will be, and it'll be very interesting to see what the Dean of Decency does. Speaking of the Dean, we have a cut from her because she went to Denmark to reassure the Danes. Here is the Dean of Decency. Does anybody say, hey, Dean, what's going on over in Norristown rather than Denmark? Cut 13. Listen to Madeline Dean about America, Trump, and the children in Greenland. Cut 13.
Do you think anything's going to change?
Well, I actually would rather go back to where you began this reporting this evening. The statements that the president has made over and over, zigging and zagging. You wouldn't accept that kind of nonsense from your child. Or as my husband said to me this weekend, as much as I love our grandchildren, I really wouldn't accept it of grandchildren even. The president is not making a lot of sense. He wants to possess things. The island of Greenland is not a possession. It's not an asset for him. They are our ally. One of the most troubling things that we heard while we were there from the Greenlandic members of parliament is that children in Greenland go to bed at night anxious, fearful, sleepless, worried that the Americans might attack them. What in God's name are we doing? We have poured away, well, we haven't. The president has poured away respect and trust for our allies, and of course, respect in us. It is up to us, Congress, to reclaim that and tell the president that he is unwell in these ambitions.
He's unwell, too. This is the constant thing. The husband, the bicycle. How about the kids working in sweat factories, making those bicycles in red China so that you and the family can live in not one, but I think a shore mansion, too. How about those kids and their families? That's not me. That's the Philadelphia Inquirer. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. We're looking for that all-time sidekick, maybe even bigger than the alleged main character in a sitcom, to get in with that. And your reaction to hearing RFK Jr., that was pretty extended. They were very generous. And again, we had good phone quality. We were scared to death, given the vocal issue and a mobile, what would happen. Again, I noticed he was really free-flowing with everything that we asked until we got to autism. And I'm not saying he didn't answer directly, but there is a heightened sensitivity around it. And the vaccine stuff plays into that, of course, at some level, in some way, shape, or form. You heard his argument with Denmark, their protocols referencing Europe, pushing back on this notion, well, they're not a diverse country, is the criticism. Why are we following what they did? Now, commonsensically, on the vaccine thing, how many years have we said that a place like Jersey seems to be overkill and a lot all at once? Just commonsensically it does. Now, that doesn't mean there are not arguments. I mean, look, I would kill to moderate a debate between Paul Offit over at Children's Hospital and RFK Jr. on this stuff, I think you would gain a lot of the back and forth. Even though he's not a doctor, Kennedy has been on this for years. To hear where we are on this and to hear the back and forth of someone being able to undercut that position. I'd love to see that happen. I don't know that either one would do it. But he is going to have the biggest legacy of anybody we've seen at a cabinet level and already has engaged in that in such a short period of time. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Just push pound 1210. This will be cut 4. I got to play this because this guy's so odious. Every chance we have to see him, he's exactly the face of what's going on in Davos today, where our bettors, the billionaires and influencers, they don't care about America first. They want to tell us how to live, what the smart guys say. Here is the BlackRock CEO, and he is the WEF, the World Economic Forum co-chair, Larry Fink. Here's what he said.
Many of the people most affected by what we talk about here will never come to this conference. That's the central tension of this forum. Davos is an elite gathering trying to shape a world that belongs to everyone. That is why this year's theme is the spirit of dialogue, because dialogue is the only way a room like this can earn the legitimacy to shape ideas for people who aren't in the room.
No, you'll never have that. No. Those people don't need your cockamamie ideas. Larry Fink, yeah, is that why you stood on top of your chair at least when the communist dictator was in San Francisco and we played that, applauding wildly? Is that the future we have? Who can applaud the communist dictator in front of us and what they're doing to the world and what they would do already have done to us? No, we don't need you shaping our minds, ideas, or anything else. And all the usual suspects are there. John Kerry, Randy Weingarten, a new star this year. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. Right now, though, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
That's right. We're playing today for a copy of Scott Jennings' book, A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilization. All right, Henry.
Yeah, Dom, so on the side question, we are asking for that all-time sitcom sidekick, side character, or as you like to put it, second banana.
Yes.
The detective comedy drama TV show Psych ran for 8 seasons and 3 movies. It starred James Roday as Sean Spencer, a man pretending to be a psychic, as well as his sidekick / partner, Gus Guster. I'm going to, simply enough, there's an episode in which they have to investigate a movie set.
Okay.
And in that episode, they changed the theme song up to reflect the language in which this movie set is taking place. The movie set is taking place with a certain country, a certain flair, and the episode's title theme is changed for that episode to reflect that country. So I either want to know the language or the country in which the Psych theme song in this one episode is changed to. All right, we're going to take a listen.
Boy, there's a lot going on here.
Oh, yeah.
Right, okay.
Well, the original theme song is I Know You Know, so that's what you're hearing coming in. But all those other lyrics, I wanted that other language that is coming through in this opening title sequence.
All right, 855-839-1210. We'll get the book off from Scott Jennings. Jump in right now. Let's get a winner.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Actual client compensated for sharing their experience. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
For 100 years, Edelman's in Jenkintown has been the name families trust when it's time to sell gold, silver, and coins. A fourth-generation family-owned business built on fairness, honesty, and treating every customer with true respect. At Edelman's, you'll always get a clear, no-pressure offer. Their best offer first. Sell your gold jewelry, bullion, or coins with confidence at Edelman's. Visit edelmanscoins.com or call 215-572-6480. Edelman's, where fairness has been our family tradition for 100 years.
A simple piece of paper. It's something we use every day. For the most part, it does what it's designed to do. It sits there flat on your desk as a placeholder for information. But with a couple strategic folds, suddenly your flat piece of paper becomes an airplane and flies across the room. Your 401k is kind of like that flat piece of paper. It just sits there as a placeholder for your money. Alan Cohen of Spectrum Wealth Partners can show you those strategic moves to take your 401k from just sitting there to creating the income you need for retirement. Call today for a free no-obligation meeting. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Joe Conklin hosts comedy nights at Parks Casino every month in 360 Lounge. For full schedule, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Hi.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Breaking news! TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money. That's right. Every day, Henry cooks up something great here with it. All right, Henry, the premise today?
Yeah, we're listening to the Psych theme song from a specific episode where they investigate a movie set. Movie being a key clue here. Want the name of the language or the country in which the theme song in this episode is being sang in.
Okay. All right, language or country we're looking for. The Earl of Tacony. All right, Earl, what's your answer today?
I'm just going to take a wild guess. Is it India?
It is India, Earl. Yes, you win the Scott Jennings book.
Oh, thank you very much. I'd also like to discuss something, if I could, and the side question, if you have time.
Yeah, give us a side question. Yeah.
All right. Well, maybe sometime later, I wrote another song regarding the fraud in Minnesota. We can always take care of that later if you don't have time. But if it comes to sidekicks, I didn't clear this with the call screener, but I don't think anyone's got it. Did anybody say Tim Conway?
No, that's a great one. McHale's Navy or
Carol Burnett Show.
Carol Burnett Show, yeah.
And the networks always thought, this is a funny guy, let's give him his own show. And he had several shows of his own, but they never lasted. And even he admitted himself, I'm always a second banana. Everybody loved him. Everybody thought he was funny. He cracked everybody up on the set. But he was never able to carry his own show because he was always best, and his strength was being the second banana. In fact, he has the curse of being part of that show Turn On, which has been part of the side question, where the show was so bad it was canceled 15 minutes into its half-hour run. That's how unlucky he was running his own shows.
I'll put you on hold, Earl. That is a very good one. Okay. All right. Now, I got something really good here. Sadly, Henry's seen it already because I was going to quiz him. Have you seen it in detail, Henry?
Yeah, the NFL one,
yeah.
at least.
So this is a guy named Peter Lutz put together at Vote Hub. 1,500 athletes survey. Simple. What party register? Republican, Democrat, Independent. He says, most unsurprisingly, the league with the highest percentage of registered Democrats is the WNBA. More than 2/3 of the league players are Democrats with available information. You know, those that didn't do it, they didn't do it. 30.2% are independents, and only 2% are registered Republicans. All right. It doesn't surprise me. I'm kind of surprised we got the 2%. It's kind of random there. Maybe Sophie Cunningham, maybe she's independent. I don't know. The NBA, the highest share of registered athletes being independent, 45.9. Democrats, 42.9. Republicans, 10%. Independents make up the biggest share, and that surprised me, of NFL athletes at 44.3. The gap is pretty close, though. Democrats 34.3, Republicans 20.2. The NHL is similar to the NBA. Independents lead 48. Republicans, though, close, 43. Just 5.6% of NHL players are registered Democrats. I don't know how many of them are American. Now, by position group, they actually did the position group. And Henry, you've seen this, right?
Correct.
Yeah. It doesn't surprise me. Defensive backs and running backs were the most Democratic. The most Republican positions are on special teams. Kickers, 50%. Punters, 57%. Long snappers are 61% registered Republicans. Quarterbacks are meds of meds. They are, I'm looking for the number here, just the chart.
It's 48% independent, 33% Republican, 20% Democrat.
Wow, quarterbacks, only 20% are Democrats. That's kind of interesting. All right. Now, some of this, you think of positions based on racial lines, you know, and party affiliation Democrat, but the number in these pro rankings that are independent is very high. Now, I don't know if they do that because, you know, they don't want to be identified as one or the other. It's not a good thing, et cetera. So on the Philadelphia Eagles, let's take them. Who would stand out to you, Henry, if any, that you'd be willing to, you know, make a small wager, might be a Republican?
Cal Adamitis, I guess.
Cal Adamitis. Who the heck is that?
The long snapper.
The long snapper, okay. You're playing the odds here. I could see I don't think Saquon Barkley's a Democrat. I really don't.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, it might be an independent. Surprisingly, the offensive linemen are not Republicans, at least according to this. So most teams, they're independent. It's not an overwhelming number.
Well, I don't know why. You reminded me of the story of when Ryan Nassib decided it was okay to come out as an NFL player, as a gay NFL player.
Right.
When he used gay as a slur in a game, and the whole Browns offensive line turned at him and went, "You can't say that." And he was like, "Oh, I guess the league is ready for me to come out. All right, good."
Yeah. So how about what other? But tight ends might be more Republican than wide receivers. I'm just thinking here. Might happen.
Yeah, it's only 10% are Democrat for tight ends.
Okay. How about defensive linemen? They strike me as nothing. I don't get any read. If anything, Democrats maybe.
53% independent, 38% Democrat, 9%.
Oh, man. Defensive linemen, only 9%. It tells you how that's changed. In the past, you would have more defensive linemen, and linebackers certainly would have been more Republican back in the day. How about now?
Only 8% Republican.
Wow. On the Eagles, do they have any linebacker? I thought Zach Bond, but I saw him extensively after the one game. I kind of see an independent there, maybe. Jalen Hurts, I don't see him as a Republican. The backup quarterback, that guy could be potentially a Republican, I think. Potentially.
I'm just happy to see that most players are level-headed in the middle here, independents.
Okay. Well, they can be moderate Democrats,
well,
moderate
obviously,
Republicans.
you obviously lean some ways on every issue.
Right.
But.
Yeah, they don't have to be MAGA or progressive. I can't see too many progressives among football players. I just don't
see
that.
It. I mean, it's...
they could be liberal, but I mean, I don't see them as extreme on either side. And the long snapper, they should be 61%. Yes. The WNBA, only 2%. It might not even be that, right? Are Republicans.
Someone checked the wrong box by accident.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think Caitlin Clark's a Republican. Sophie Cunningham, I think, might be. She's a bit annoying to me, a little bit too much of annex, kind of. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. You got the side question going on. The reaction I'm getting is good on some social media and emails I'm getting on RFK Jr. I think we hit with him some of the really biggest stuff he's involved in. And, of course, performatively, Josh Shapiro, what does he say? Why? Chaos. He's going to ride on that. That's what you're going to be hearing. Here's the Mr. Fix-It. This guy gets things done. I don't think even people listening now realize as big of a threat this guy is. I think he could, not easily, but I could see him being the nominee. And he is a chameleon who used his mother in his memoir to say why he is so domineering and driven, even among these politicians, saying it was a defense mechanism because he didn't have a happy childhood. She had mental issues, and there was a lot of yelling. So he withdrew with his sister and brother to try to keep the peace and had to really control things as best he could, and that's where it comes from. This guy's a piece of work. And again, I hear Henry, it's a kid, but I only bring up the son because that's the excuse he gave why he turned away from capital punishment. Now it's his mother. That's why nobody trusts this guy in the Democrat Party. They know exactly how ruthless he is. All right, 855-839-1210. Coming to more calls here on Talk Radio 1210. Oh, yes, let's remind you, though, if you're tired of feeling worn out halfway through your workout or exhausted before the day even begins, if staying active matters to you, fuel your body with Rescue Orosine. Most people don't realize your body runs on ATP, the natural energy that powers every muscle, every heartbeat, every step. But as we age, ATP production slows down, taking stamina and endurance with it. And that's where Rescue Orosine comes in. This cutting-edge formula with research-backed ingredients supports ATP production at the cellular level so you can keep moving, keep your heart pumping, and keep doing what you love every day without jitters or crashes. Just use that code My Energy. Buy one, get one free today at res-q.com or call a rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE. Don't miss out. Again, it's 800-262-5483 or online at res-q.com. Get your second bottle of Rescue Orosine for free. Just use that code MyEnergy at checkout.
My name is Dave Jansen. This is my wife, Patricia. And we've started with Crash Proof in 2024.
It's hard to know what would make the stock market fall in the future, but it's nice to know that we're protected against all those dips that would happen in the marketplace.
With the Crash Proof retirement system, we earned 17%. That money is ours. The interest is put in as it's earned. We know that our money is safe and it will continue to grow with the market.
There's no fees taken out of what we made, and we did as well in Crash Proof as we would have in the market, and there was no downside.
Crash Proof retirement means to us that our future is bright and we're going to be able to go forward and enjoy our retirement.
Discover how the exclusive Crash Proof retirement system can help you grow with the market without risking a penny of your hard-earned nest egg. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 17th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Forecasters are warning of snow this weekend, and some municipalities are already low on road salt. Children's Hospital of Philadelphia is planning to open a network of outpatient centers to provide early autism care for kids. And PETA is calling for technology to replace Puxatawny Phil on Groundhog Day.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group, nationally recognized, neighborhood trusted.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Yes. I think 20 years ago you would have seen more Republicans there, but independents have become a thing. I'm suspect of the independents. I think they are usually Democrats, but don't want to say so.
You calling me a Democrat, Don?
Yeah, I think there's a lean that way. Now, I think you might be more libertarian.
That's very true.
Yeah, and it's sad that the Libertarian Party goes too far. Nothing. There's chaos. A lot of people listening right now, whether they know it or not, are small L libertarians.
Yeah, I always think of that clip from, I think it was 2016 debate where it's like, should you have a license to operate a car? And they're all going, no. And then Gary Johnson's the one to be like, guys, what are we doing here? And
then,
he gets booed.
No speed limits, whatever. Exactly. I mean, the theory is there. People want the government out of our lives on both sides of this. Without a doubt.
It doesn't matter where you draw the line.
Yeah. And I think when we meet after the show, Henry, maybe we get Lou Capelli on. He could kind of put this out there. I asked Dawn about it today, Dawn Fantasia. Camden, I got to say, all right, I'm the biggest critic of the nonsense of this, is doing much better when it comes to public safety. They are. But the surveillance levels being criticized by a lot of people. And Henry, I'll take your temperature and Sean's too. Dan, I remember this guy calling it. It really was knock down, drag out because Philadelphia was putting more cameras in the recreation centers as a deterrent. It's not a deterrent. They're going to show up and kill each other. What is a deterrent is stopping these people earlier on in their criminal career. Most people do not go out and say, I'm going to murder someone. They do other stuff, they get away with it, or it's mild, and then they step up and do something horrific. So all the cameras in the world are not going to stop them, and there is a cost to that. If you're in public, every movement shouldn't be surveilled. So
agreed.
In this piece about Camden, with drones now particularly. Now, would I allow, because something's got to be done to crack this, what goes on in Kensington, if I were the mayor, I would maybe be hypocritical of what I just said in that I am not going to, I'm not going to let you win on this. You're not going to be in Kensington and telling that community is the dumping ground, and you're going to continue to deal drugs by the gazillions and blatantly turn it into hell. I'm not going to let you do it, whatever I have to do. I got to admit it. My libertarian grounds go away. If you're the Nazis marching in Skokie where they knew had an incredible percentage of people who survived the Holocaust, if they beat the hell out of you, I got to admit I might turn a blind eye to it. So I have my soft spots on libertarianism, but basically, I think what's happening in Camden and Jersey in general, being a surveillance state, is over the line. Henry, how about you?
Oh, I completely agree. I hate the additions of when they put new red light cameras in, or any of that garbage. Like, you don't need to know where we're going at all times of the day, because the next thing you know, it's going to be facial recognition software that they're going to be using through these cameras, and they're really going to know where you are every time, every second of the day. You step out of your house, you step out of your apartment, like they'll know.
Yeah, why do we need facial recognition to get into a Phillies game? We used to go round and round with that.
I contend that those things don't actually work.
Okay, they may not, but if they do,
not the way they're intended.
The convenience of it is not worth the potential where that information. Sean, how about you?
Yeah, it's not even a Band-Aid on a stab wound. It's like worse than that because it's not even getting to the root cause of why people do crime. It's just breathing down the necks of everyday citizens, and then even then potentially like being able to look for people to just pick them up on whatever kind of slight infraction.
Yeah. Now, people that live in Camden every day, they're mixed, though. There are people there still saying, I'm glad it's down, but it is a surveillance state. And if you're not consistent actually going after criminals, then I don't want to hear about all the drones. Luke Capelli's the head guy over in Camden. I do remember how embarrassing when at an event where there was a brawl, and he said, we don't want these people like that, the bad people from Philadelphia here in Camden. Oh, what an embarrassment for Philadelphia. Camden saying, we don't allow that here.
Little brother.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And I think they have gotten results. There is no doubt. By the way, finally, and we've been on this for a while, the guy who's the special prosecutor for SEPTA, because Larry the K will not do it, is actually prosecuting people.
Oh, wow.
Yes, finally. He's got 12 cases. And, of course, Larry Krasner is not going to prosecute the woman who clearly attacked, or the girl, our buddy Frankie Scales. Will Untmeyer do that? And Larry Krasner, I might add, the impeached Larry Krasner. Once you're impeached, Larry, you're impeached. I know you got unimpeached, you think, but on my big scoreboard here in the studio, you are the impeached Larry Krasner.
It's the scarlet letter.
It is. You got the I on there, Larry, and on your resume, the obituary will say, Larry Krasner impeached. Footnote, see Dom Giordano. All right, let's go to Lance in South Philly on Talk Radio 1210. You want more cameras. Lance, how about you in South Philly?
More cameras?
Yes.
No. We already got enough. Broad Street, Roosevelt Boulevard. Dom, half my job is driving around, and I can't tell you how many times I had to slam on the brakes because somebody in front of me has stopped short because they don't want to go through a camera.
Yeah, well, the red light cameras now, it's, I'd say every 2 or 3 months. The most recent, and I was thinking, Lance, I may not come in by the drive in the morning anymore because I was very close today. They got them around the art museum. And again, it's a money grab. That's all that it is.
Or you get the ticket in the mail.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Yeah. What's your side today, Lance?
Well, my side is going to be from the Odd Couple. None other than the Philly native Jack Klugman. He played Oscar.
Mm-hmm.
He was messy. They were both divorced, and he was cheap. Remember the poker games they would have?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he was cheap. So I'm going with Oscar from the Odd Couple.
So you see him as he is the secondary character there. Yeah.
Yes, because Felix was very neat.
Yes, of course. Felix Unger. Thank you, Lance, very much. All right, there's one no vote. But I think, Lou will come on. They're very proud of what they've done in Camden, and I could understand that. Yeah. Great opener. Yeah, great opener to a sitcom. We've done that. What's the best opener to a sitcom?
This is a show I've never watched, but for whatever reason, the theme song is just burning in my head.
I don't think it's dated. I think it's a pretty good premise. Then Walter Matthau and Tony Randall. Was it Randall, too? The grumpy old men thing, and grumpier old men, and grumpiest old men. They milked that pretty well.
Oh, yeah.
That's all Walter Matthau did in his career. Then he did it with the Bad News Bears. He just showed up and he was grumpy. He wasn't acting. Can you imagine that guy being around? Oh, yeah. RFK Jr., if you missed it today, will be up on podcast. Where are the places we'll find this, Henry? Don't say TikTok again.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook.
Yeah.
YouTube, and, of course, TikTok.
Okay. Couldn't get them on Zoom today, but people are each day. Don't forget, it's an added bonus. YouTube.com/1210 WPHT each day. It becomes a habit. But he was really definitive, particularly thanks to, who is it is it Dan in Richboro?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bringing up the question of Denmark. Why did we go with Denmark as the template here? A lot of criticism on that. He explained it better than you've seen in the media. The area, I wouldn't say it was contention, but where it was slowed down a little bit because it's really sensitive stuff, was autism. And I had to, because I logically believe this, he said the number is very small as far as we're better at diagnosing, and we diagnose more people on the spectrum now. We know better that you have highly functioning people that should be on the autism spectrum, or are they doing too much of it? 1 out of 31, I think it's dropped to. And it's a prize to get to the bottom of this, to relieve people, to know what to do. I didn't get to the roundup question from a listener about that in cancer. I kind of think that one is obvious. We see what's going on here, and there's ample evidence. I don't know how many court cases have ruled that or not, but there's a tremendous amount around that. All right, phone lines. It is the lightning round, and we'll tell you what we have tomorrow. But today was pretty big. And if you missed Dawn Fantasia about what's going on in New Jersey, she broke it down beautifully about what Mikey Sherrill's up to in the media, allowing her to get away with it. But how about the voters in Jersey? You know, how about what's happening to their community with this scam that's overdevelopment for affordable housing? Why did they vote for her knowing this? And the answer is pretty simple. She ran on attacking Trump, and that's what she did yesterday. And we have to face reality as we head toward the midterms. There's no wishing it away. This anti-Trump, Trump derangement syndrome, call it what you will, it is not going to abate before the midterms are over. It is not. Oh, Dom, how much? Their theme now is retribution. They keep on talking. And the face of these women that are doing it is that Jennifer Welsh that you often see all over the place. Big podcasts on CNN. They want retribution. They want a Nuremberg trial or those trials that happen in South Africa after they get into power. They're running not on, all right, we don't want to divide a country. Trump divides a country. We have to get back to normal. They're running on the idea, you elect us. And every one of these people that were in ICE or a Trump supporter or MAGA in some way, shape, or form, there's going to be retribution. They'll lie and say it's affordability. They need something as the front, but what drives voters out there? And I think it's smart on that part. That's all they have. What do we counter with it? Well, you know what it was countered with in 2024? The Trump voters that came out en masse. Will they do it in the midterms? That's the question. 855-839-1210.
Not sure whether it's busted or salvageable? Call PJ Fitzpatrick to diagnose and fix your home repair problems. PJ will come to your home with a complete shop on their truck, and they can fix it all the same day. Freezing, drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, and leaking roofs. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them, trustpj.com. With over 45 years of experience, they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here, introducing the all-new 2026 Honda Prelude Hybrid, redesigned with cutting-edge hybrid performance and head-turning style. Coming soon to a Piazza Honda dealer near you. Discover Honda's complete hybrid lineup while you're there, including the popular Accord, Civic, or CR-V, with financing as low as 3.49% for 60 months. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. All your roles, fill them sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of employers who post on Zip quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Yes, that is right. Hit us with that all-time sidekick. That's in a sitcom. This coming off Dwight Schrute's birthday this week. Tomorrow, this Cooter guy who might be the Eagles. I'm praying he's the Eagles' offensive coordinator. We got to do something Southern there, at least good old boys. I know, Henry, you don't like the second banana, but the good old boy, you don't like that one either.
I just never had heard of it before you said it yesterday.
Never heard that? Sean, have you heard of good old boy?
Only when they drink whiskey and rye.
There you go. All right. That's one
fair.
reference. Yeah. But, I mean, that's the thing in the South particularly, even if they differ with you, like you're enforcing the law, but they say you always wear a good old boy.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, you're fine with us. We realize your conflict here. And this guy strikes me. I just picture him red-faced, type of Southern accent, etc.
Yeah.
Perfect for Philadelphia. All right, let's go to Phil in Delaware, Talk Radio 1210. All right, Phil, who's yours?
Hey, good afternoon. Real quick, the Dukes of Hazzard. Remember, they were the good old boys.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure, it's a good thing to be called a good old boy.
Yep. And one quick question. I'm surprised with the statistics for the WNBA. The Republicans are trying to straighten things up for women in women's sports and not guys peeing in the urinals, the girl locker rooms, or pushing them out of championships.
Well, the reason is a lot of these women would support men that were out there because they don't know their limitations. And, Phil, I believe you could have an all-star team. The all-star team might be you can have the championship team and the boys basketball that won the big schools in California, Texas, even Pennsylvania that year, high school, say 4A or 5 or whatever it is, they would beat them. They don't know that.
So
they're
preferring to win a championship than get shoved out of sport.
It doesn't make any sense, but it's part of the unreality world. You know what, too? Some of them agree with us, but they're afraid. It happened because Megan Rapinoe and these others are vicious.
Yeah. So my answer to the side question is Gomer Pyle, Jim Neighbors. He was so unsuspecting, but if you think back, he was in control.
Absolutely. Zenos, we only have about 30 seconds. Who's yours?
Well, Don, mine is of mice and men. Lon Chaney Jr. and Burgess Meredith. And in the end, Burgess Meredith had to kill Lon Chaney because the crowd was going to kill him.
All right, thank you. I don't think that's a sitcom of mice and men. Sean, who did you like today?
Ooh. Oh, God. Let me have a look. All
right, I'll go to Henry. I'll come back to you. Henry, how about you?
Yeah, I liked Earl's answer of Tim Conway because he was in all these sitcoms as the sidekick, but he couldn't hack it on his own. So it's the definition of a sidekick.
He had quite a line in there, too. Half-hour show they canceled after 15 minutes.
That's a crazy.
Sean, how about you?
I liked Coach Beard from Ted Lasso. That was a
good answer, too. Dan is excellent.
I love
I got to go with Earl on this, though. It was almost the definition of what we said here of why the guy who appears to be great, like Tim Conway was, is only great if they're the second banana. You make them you move them over, and it's trouble.
Saw that with Steve Cole, too.
Yes. Oh, right. Exactly. I wonder what happened to him. All right, tomorrow, Billy Bob or whatever, Cooter. Jim Bob, even better than Jim Bob. Might be the side question. We'll have great guests. We'll have you. Thanks for listening today. If you missed RFK Jr., we'll have it up on all those modalities that Henry was talking about. I thought he really had a lot of energy, little petering by the time we got to the end, but it was great stuff. Even some workout tips. Steve Barnett next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley is a truck driver.
And I love what I do.
A truck driver's troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.